I call to order the regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly for October 8th, 2013. Madam Clerk, could you take the roll call?
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Trainey.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We have 3 sets of minutes to be approved this evening. We've got the regular meeting of May 21st, 2013, regular meeting of June 4th, 2013, and regular meeting of August 6th, 2013.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any changes or amendments?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dembowski.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 2 corrections to the minutes of May 21st, 2013. Both the clerk's office and I have reviewed the video regarding these corrections. First, on page 4 of 16, regarding item 9D5, I am listed as a no vote, and I actually voted yes. Therefore, the minutes should be corrected to reflect that I voted in favor of this item, and the vote was 10-1. Second, on page 14 of 16, at the bottom of the page, it shows that Assemblymember Honeman moved an amendment, but there's no second listed in the motion. And the video shows that Assemblymember Johnston seconded that amendment. Therefore, the minutes should reflect that Assemblymember Johnston seconded this amendment. And that's it for my corrections, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other corrections by any other members? Any objection to the corrections that were just made? If not, I would ask that you vote on approving the minutes as amended. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. We are now into the reports. We'll begin with you, Mr. Mayor.
In the interest of time, I will pass today, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The chair's report this evening, I will be repeating myself at 6 o'clock this evening so that everyone in attendance at that time will kind of get a bit of the ground rules that I'm going to lay out this evening. We've got a number of topics this evening that we anticipate testimony on. We will be doing sign-up sheets on each of those topics. So if you're here to testify either on the tennis courts or the labor ordinance or taxi cabs, there will be a sign-up sheet available. We are doing this because it gives us the ability to control the number of people that we've got standing in the aisle, and we really want to hold that down to 3 or 4 people at a time. And I will tell you that each of those sign-up sheets will be continued until we end public testimony on those. So we will be making a decision at the end of the evening. Maybe we'll end up being pleasantly surprised and we won't have more testimony that we can handle, but if not, we will need to continue this meeting to address public testimony. So, as I said, I will repeat that again one more time when we get ready to go into public testimony this evening. With that, we'll go into reports from Assembly members, beginning with you, Mr. Birch.
No report, sir.
Ms. Dembowski.
Mr. Chairman, as with some prior examples, I have no financial interest to disclose, and I am disclosing that my household and marital relationship with a firefighter, because we have some items on the agenda this evening. Item 9B11 is an appropriation of funds as a contribution from the Anchorage Fire Department Girdwood Valley Service Area Fund to the Girdwood Fire Apparatus Capital Improvement Fund. Also is item 11C, concerning Fire Station 9's proposed site relocation, and item 11B, appropriation of state grants to various funds and departments. Also of note are items 14K, submission of referendum on AO 2013-37 S2 to the voters in a regular municipal election scheduled on April 1st, 2014, as well as 3 versions of AO 2013-112 under item 14L. In his capacity as a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department, my husband belongs to IAFF Local 1264. I was not on the Assembly when AO 2013-37 was adopted. The actions before the Assembly this evening in items 14K and L are not an adoption of AO 2013-37, but on when to place the repeal of AO 2013-37 on the municipal ballot. I am confident that I can act in the public interest on these items and disclose so you and the Assembly can make a ruling on any potential conflict.
Ms. Dembowski, thank you for listing these for us. We appreciate the disclosure of all the items. As with other items of this nature, I recognize no conflict for you. We look at substantial interest concerning when to schedule the referendum for municipal election. I see no substantial financial or private interest in conflict with the action before the Assembly. In determining conflict, we looked at the factors in 1.15-035D. Here, AO 2013-37 is currently suspended until the outcome of a future election. We don't know how AO 2013-37 would or would not directly affect the finances of your household. The outcome of a future election is not known and immediate, and your potential household interest is not a substantial or direct part of the date setting for the election. I would ask, does the Assembly concur? Assuming they do, thank you, Ms. Dembowski, and please participate in this evening's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have anything else, Ms. Dembowski?
No, sir.
Mr. Steele?
No report.
Mr. Starr?
The budgets are out. They're being introduced tonight. We have our first work session on the 11th and then another one on the 18th, so it'll be a busy October. I also have a question for the administration. Sometime back, an ad hoc committee was formed to take a look at the NG 911 possibilities and upgrading our records management programs for both police and fire dispatch. Mr. Vakelis, I understand that there's a program process that we had discussed at the couple of committee meetings that we had. A study, perhaps, I think it's called the Matrix findings on the NG 911 and programs such as that. Is that
yes, sir, and we expect the final to be given to us Monday.
Okay, so you'll forward copies. Could you send it to me at least so I can have some committee speak inside that as we review that as a committee of the whole?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Enterprise Oversight Committee met on Thursday to review the item that's on your agenda, 9 Delta 31, regarding the replacement of Power Plant 2 with Plant 2A. And there were some questions. Ms. Johnson asked me to share that in her absence. We have a little more information we'd like to work through to make sure we get this right. It is, after all, a $200 million contract award, and so I'm going to ask to postpone that item for a couple weeks so we can make sure we've done our due diligence. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trombley?
The Ethics and Elections Committee will meet on October 16th to discuss 2 items. One is the changes to the Ethics Code as proposed by the Ethics Board regarding Anchorage School District employees and gifts, and we'll also be dealing with changes to Title 28, which is the Election Code, and there will be some changes to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Vakelis if he would be kind enough to send the Matrix Fire Department review a copy to all of us? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the Request for Proposal Review Committee. They selected an auditor through the review process, and just so everybody knows, the code 2.20080A1 states that the audit committee will recommend external auditors to perform independent audits as required by the code 6.40060. Therefore, the audit committee is scheduled to meet this Thursday from 2:30 to 3:30 to receive a report from the RFP evaluation team and recommend to the Assembly, the auditor, that will perform the independent financial audit of the city's finances for the years 2013 through 2015 with 2 one-year options to extend to 2017. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Trombley, the 16th, what time were you potentially scheduled? That's actually the Public Safety Committee meeting as well. It goes from noon till about 1:30 usually. So you know what time that might be listed?
I'll get that to you if you want to give a report.
Sure. And just want to make sure I'm there as well since I'm on the committee. So the Public Safety Committee meeting will be at noon at the Assembly Conference Room. I'm sorry, the LUSAC Conference Room right outside the Assembly Chambers here at noon on the 16th of October. We anticipate possibly hearing more from the taxi ordinance since it'll be a pretty big part of our docket tonight as well. And we will have some more coming on the towing, but we do know that both the municipal attorney and our Assembly Council has been working hard on the taxi cab rewrite, so it's pending, but we hope to have that before the end of the year as well, before this body. I'd be remiss if I didn't say we're now on day 8 of the federal government's Congress, if you will, in failing, in my opinion, one of their biggest responsibilities. And as a nonpartisan body, I was tempted to put together a resolution. I'm instead moved to act by basically calling upon my colleagues and those that live in the Anchorage area. As we all know that there are federal employees who live and work and operate within the municipal boundaries, as well as a substantial part of our state. And not the less, we're all paying our federal taxes or withholding at every paycheck. So we're looking as a nonpartisan body. We're now dealing, as Mr. Starr said, with our municipal budget. It's primary responsibility of our legislative body. I think it's no less important at the federal level, and I'd urge my colleagues and all persons who live in Anchorage to contact Congress and move in a nonpartisan manner to swiftly end the deadlock on the budget and as well the looming default. And I think it's irresponsible of Congress not to act in a nonpartisan manner to see this thing through to get our people back in work. So I'd urge all my colleagues and those in Anchorage to make their thoughts known. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston.
Mr.
Trombley.
Chairman. Mr. Honeman, the committee is set to meet from 11:30 to 1:30 on the 16th. I know you're from noon to 2. Would it be okay to do 9:30 to 11:30 to accommodate you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I just want to mention that 14J, that's the rural lighting standard. I'm going to move to postpone it this evening, and we'll have a work session on the 18th, probably a half-hour work session, and I will postpone it to October 22nd.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the pleasure of having our task force people today working on the community council ordinance. I appreciate Amy and Tim being there. We got good work done on that, and Daryl is working on it from the Ombudsman's office. We should be able to have this in front of the Assembly for introduction, probably the first meeting in November. And we're ready to go then out to the community councils with it in public hearing here. So thank you guys for being on the committee. I think we've had a lot of good input coming in. Now, relative to the other thing that I do, which is the Rules Committee, we've got a work session set up for that on the 17th of October. And Amanda will have to tell us what time. I don't know what time she's got it scheduled. But what we're going to do is take the recommendations for this task force they've given to us and see what can be done right now and what will take a little longer to get it done. Because I want them to have some resolution from their work. Yes, Barbara. 1 o'clock? Okay, 1 p.m. Down every 155?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We're now down to the addendum to the agenda, which we do have this evening, and some laid on the table items. I take a motion to incorporate.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
Okay. Any objection to the incorporation of the addendum? Hearing none, I will read the addendum as well as the laid on the table items into the record. We have 9A1, AR 259, remember, recognizing and honoring the life of Virginia M. Fritz. We have 9D31, AM 576. It's a new plant to a power plant expansion project. We have 9D32, AM 57. It's the IBIS Tech Police Vehicle Bumpers. D33, AM 578, wetlands mitigation. D34, AM 579, NetApp annual maintenance and license renewals. D35, AM 580, independent financial statement audit, federal single audit, and state single audit. We have 9F4, AR 258, letters of agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association regarding implementation of Kronos and SAP operating systems. This is scheduled for public hearing on 10/22/13, and it is accompanied by AM 581. We have F5, AO number 100, modify existing and include additional fees, fines, and penalties. Public hearing on 11/5/13, accompanied by AM number 505. F6, AO number 101, 2014 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public hearing on 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by AM 506. F7, AR 243, 2014 to 2019 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Central Capital Improvement Program. Public hearing 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 511. We have 9F8, AO 102, 2014 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budget, and the 2014 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Budget. Public hearing on 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by AM number 507. F9, AO 103, 2014 Operating and Capital Budget of Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public hearing on 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by AM 508. F10, AR 242, 2014 to 2019 General Government Capital Improvement Program. Public hearings on 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by AM 510. F11, AO number 104, 2014 General Government Capital Improvement Budget. Public hearing 10/22/13 and 11/5/13, accompanied by AM 509. And we have 14L2, AO 112S1, suspending AO 2013-37 S2 as amended, pending the outcome of a referendum to be held no later than the regular election of April 2015. Okay. Let's correct this for me. I have laid on the table items 9A2, AR 260, recognizing October 2013 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We have item 14K2, AIM 111, Summary of Economic Effects for AO 213-108, 14L4, AIM 112, Summary of Economic Effects for AO 13-112, and 5 is an AIM 113, Summary of Economic Effects for AO 2013-112S1. And we have 14M1, AO 109S, permitting of taxicabs, limousines, and vehicles for hire and licensings of chauffeurs and dispatch services. I have 9F12, AR number to be assigned. It's a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating amount not to exceed $7,513,000 from tax-exempt master lease proceeds to the Information Technology CIP Fund for the continued implementation of a financial, human resource, purchasing, budget, and payroll enterprise resource planning system in the Department of Information and Technology. And I have 9F13, AR number to be assigned, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating State of Alaska grant in Senate Bill 18 when tendered of $37 million to the Public Works Department for various facility improvements. These are the addendum and the laid on the item. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I will ask for items to be pulled, beginning with you, Mr. Birch.
No item, sir.
Ms. Dembowski.
No item, sir.
Mr. Steele.
No item.
Mr. Starr.
9F13.
Mr. Flynn.
Item 9, Delta 31.
Mr. Trombley.
9 Echo 7.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the regular agenda, I'd like to pull 9 Echo 1. From the addendum to the agenda, I'd like to pull 9 Delta 35. And from the laid on the table items, I'd like to pull 9 Apple 2. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Horniman.
I'm not sure if anybody's going to pull 9 Alpha 1 from the addendum. I know that there was some discussion earlier, or presentation.
Yes.
9 Alpha 1. I'll pull 9 Alpha 1 for reading.
Yes, Ms. Johnston will be reading. Ms. Johnston?
Mr. Hahnemann did it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
11C, I think, was supposed to be pulled at the request of the administration for the fire.
11C will actually be handled under old business,
I
Mr.
see.
Starr.
All right, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I show that we have pulled A1 and 2. We have pulled D 31 and 35. We have pulled E1 and 7. And we have pulled F13. Is that all of the items to be pulled? If that is all the items to be pulled, I would ask that you vote on approval of the consent agenda unless the items had been pulled. That motion carries unanimously. What I would like to do real quick prior to that is recognize anyone that was appointed to a board or a commission this evening, and we appointed a large number, and I would ask that you please come up to the podium and identify yourself, the board that you've been appointed to, so we can tell you how much we appreciate you being willing to do that type of public service. I'm sure there's more than you here, Mr. Lehman. I see Ms. Brady sitting back there.
You can start, Senator.
You can start, Mr. Lehman.
Mr. Chairman, Lauren Lehman, I've been serving on the Public Safety Advisory Commission for the last 3 years, and I will just say that we've had an opportunity to meet and work with some incredible municipal employees and leaders in these departments, in the Anchorage Fire Department, the Police Department, and Emergency Management. And we've even offered our opinion to you from time to time, and from time to time you accept it. And the mayor has asked me to serve for another term, and I'm willing to do so.
Thank you for your service. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Judy Brady. I'm the chairman of the MLNP Advisory Board. I've been serving 2 years. And you heard Lauren. I met Lauren Lehman 20 years ago at Toastmasters. You haven't changed a bit. 40. Lauren, stop that. We have, as you know, MLNP has a lot of issues on the table. And we spent a lot of time looking at those issues, and we met this last week with the Enterprise Committee. So I've enjoyed the work very much. It's work I'm familiar with, and I appreciate being appointed again. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Jay Dulaney. I've been on the Public Transit Advisory Board for the last 6 years. I appreciate the reappointment by the mayor and your confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. It's appreciated. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I'm Bob Shake. I serve and have been asked to serve another term on the Municipal Light and Power Commission. I work for Judy Brady, so I'm honored to be asked to serve another term, and I thank you.
Very much. Mr. Flynn?
Mr. Shake, is your brother fully retired yet?
It is official for the first time since 1947. There is no longer a Shake employed by the Alaska Railroad, yes.
And how's he working out? Is he getting in your business too much? Or
He has been, thank goodness, he's been duck hunting the whole time.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
I'll give him your regards. Thank you. Very nice of you to ask.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Tim Wheeler. I'm being reappointed to the Military and Veterans Affairs Commission.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? And once again, I can't tell you how much we as a body and as an administration appreciate the time and effort that you all put into serving on these boards and commissions. It requires a great deal of time and dedication, and it is appreciated. Mr. Honeman.
I also thank members of the community for stepping up and filling a significant role in our offering their opinions and their skill sets to leadership in government. It's appreciated. Mr. Chairman, we had a couple late on the table items, and I didn't see the number on one of them, so I'd like to, if I could, to pull an item if there's no objection for discussion.
Any objection from the body? What's the item, Mr.?
9 Fox 12, it looks like, it's late on the table. It's from Finance.
Thank you. We now have before us item 9A1. Ms. Johnston?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, and I understand that Ms. Mahoney will be presenting, and the mayor.
Yes, I think the mayor and Ms. Mahoney.
This is a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage remembering, recognizing, and honoring the life of Virginia M. Fritz. Whereas Virginia M. Fritz, finance supervisor, worked for the municipality of Anchorage Department of Finance and loyally served Anchorage citizens and employees, and whereas Virginia Fritz, at the age of 57, exemplified public service through her dedication to providing her expertise and knowledge to managing municipal employees and responding to customer needs, and whereas Virginia's enthusiasm and dedication for her department and her colleague was evident on a daily basis. She participated as a volunteer for the AMEA as their treasurer for 3 years. She committed over 13 years of service to the municipality, starting as an accountant and ending as a finance supervisor for the controller division. And whereas on September 19, 2013, while at home, she experienced a medical emergency that ended in tragedy with her death on September 27, 2013. And whereas Virginia is and will be greatly missed by all who knew her and highly respected her as their colleague and friend, along with her commitment to excellence, which will not be easily replaced. And whereas the municipality joins the Anchorage community in mourning this loss, now therefore be it resolved, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves Virginia M. Fritz is remembered, recognized, and honored for her contribution to the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of October, 2013.
I'm going to ask that we all stand for a moment of silence and recognition. Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Well, to the family of Virginia, I want to say how sorry I am for your loss. Obviously, it came unexpected, and those are generally the ones that are the most tragic when you don't know anything that's amiss is going on. So we thank you for your loaning her to us, Virginia, to this municipality. It's important that we have professionals that can help us negotiate our way through challenges, many of them in the service towards our community. So thank you so much. And just because not one of the Assembly members, we honor the mayor and the finance director to the CFO to present on behalf of the municipality. So thank you so much.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I knew Jenny, and I am so sorry for your loss. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mayor or Ms. Luce, Ms. Mahoney, any comment?
On behalf of the entire municipality of Anchorage, we would just like to express our sincere condolences for your loss and just have you know that it is our deepest loss, as Ginny was a significant contributor to our team. She made us all laugh. She made us giggle. She had a fabulous sense of humor, and we really, really will miss her. And thank you for being here tonight on this very special evening. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say that Ginny was a lot of fun, but when it came to work, she was always firm but fair with the people she dealt with. She wanted people to do their job and do it well, and that was always a priority for her. She'll be greatly missed, and I hope that you can find somebody of her caliber to take her place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have before us item A2 for reading.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the item is for reading. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dembowski is going to present, and I'm going to read. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2013 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas more than 232,000 new cases of breast cancer are diagnosed each year in the United States, and whereas about 1 in 8 women, just under 12%, will develop invasive breast cancer over the course of their lifetimes. And whereas about 2,240 new cases of invasive breast cancer were expected to have been declining since 1989, about 39,620 will die from breast cancer. And whereas the death rate decrease is thought to be the result of treatment advances, early detection, and increased awareness. And whereas there are more than 2.5 million breast cancer survivors in the United States, and whereas breast cancer affects every person within the municipality of Anchorage, whether as a victim or survivor of breast cancer, or as a family member, significant other, neighbor, or coworker. And whereas, due to the prevalence of breast cancer, we must work together as a community to increase public awareness and to educate the population about early detection. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes October 2013 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 8th day of October 2013.
Mr. Honeman.
I give the opportunity for him to speak first. I'm sorry. I think she has someone to say.
Chairman Hall, members of the
Yes.
Assembly, my name is Emily Neenan. I'm the Alaska Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. It is my great honor and pleasure to be before you tonight on this matter of breast cancer awareness. 100 years ago, when the American Cancer Society was founded, a cancer diagnosis was meant certain death. That is no longer true, and we have much to celebrate. The death rate from breast cancer has dropped by 34% in the last 20 years. We talked about the number, over 2.5 million breast cancer survivors alive in this nation today. The current 5-year survival rate for breast cancer is 90%. That is really, really exciting. It was only 75% just 20 years ago. But there's more work to be done. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk to you all about that. For all of us as a community, those health outcomes have not been equal across all populations. There are certain population groups that haven't seen the advantages of access to screening and access to some of those treatments. More research is being done. Any one woman will tell you we could use some new screening tools, and there's some exciting research being done on that front. I want to thank the Anchorage community for coming out so strongly in support of the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk on Saturday. We had over 1,100 participants, registered participants, and I know there's some extra folks that showed up too there, and raised $150,000 towards breast cancer research and programs. As the American Cancer Society enters its second century, working together as a community, we can finish this fight and make this cancer's last century. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
I just want to say thank you for all your efforts towards getting out. I mean, for women, it's primarily breast cancer that there's a lot of screening and such for, and we do need to talk about it more as a community, as well as for men, prostate cancer. So I just wanted to say thank you for all your efforts. There's lots of programs around our community, and I do have my little pink button on my work shirt. I'm sorry I didn't transfer it to my suit tonight. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. We now have before us item D31, AM 576, new plant 2A power plant expansion project. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've moved to postpone this item to our meeting of October 22.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, Mr. Flynn, we will postpone that item to our meeting on the 22nd.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the information of the body, the three things that we discussed that we want to take a closer look at is review the RFP one more time, review the winning bid, and get some information from ML&P on potential rate impacts as a function of this project. For the second item, the review of the bid award, we've been advised by council that needs to be done in private. That's not a public document until we approve it. And so I will confer with Ms. Johnston, and we will let you know whether we're going to have a mini executive session for those who wish to review it, or if we'll arrange for people to stop by City Hall individually to meet with the appropriate parties to do their review. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We now have before us item D35, and that item is AM 580, independent financial statement audit, federal single audit, and the state single audit. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to postpone this item until the meeting of October 22nd, and the reason is because, as I mentioned in my report earlier, we need to have the RFP evaluation team come before the audit committee before the Assembly approves this contract award. So I'd like to do that first, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, we will postpone that item until October 22nd. My apology, October 22nd. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. We now have before us item E1, and that is AIM 102, Business Personal Property Tax, or Property Appraisal Division, Finance Department. And I don't recall who pulled that one. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to accept.
Second.
First, I'd like to once again thank the internal auditor for doing such a fine job of this audit. And I just want to mention, I don't want to move this audit to review of this audit to the audit committee. I really don't think it's necessary. There were quite a few findings, and the department is working through them. But I do want to mention that, as mentioned in one of the findings, that some of the issues is the fact that they're really short of staff. And I hope that we can remedy that situation for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. We now have before us item E. Oh, okay. Is there any objection to approval of that item? Hearing none, that item is approved. We now have before us item E1, E7, and that is AIM 110 Citizen Task Force recommendations to Assembly regarding Assembly public hearing process. Mr. Trombley.
Move to accept.
Second.
I'd ask the committee to come up and on the Citizens Task Force on Assembly public hearing process, and please deliver to us your recommendations.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Jane Anvik. I have had the privilege of chairing the Citizens Committee on the Task Force of the public hearing process for the Anchorage Assembly. We are pleased to be here tonight and share those recommendations with you. I have the opportunity to work with 10 other terrific volunteers and would like to take the opportunity to introduce the task force to you at this time. Will the members please stand as I call your name, or stand all? We have Bob Churchill as the vice chair. Bob, wave. Bob. Terrific. Wave. He's with the Federation of Community Councils. Penny Goodstein with the Interfaith Council of Churches. Joel Hall with the AFL-CIO. Andy Holloman with the Anchorage Education Association. Amanda Moser, who has served as a citizen on our committee and has been of tremendous assistance, and she is your deputy clerk. We also have Tim Potter, who is the owner of Dowell HKM, who is a constant fixture here at the Assembly, and Carolyn Ramsey, who is a 40-year resident of Anchorage and a community volunteer, Cheryl Richardson with the Anchorage Citizens Coalition, and Arla Sturgielewski, who has been a founding member of the Charter of Anchorage, as well as our community, who celebrated her 86th birthday last week. Everybody knows. Okay, you can sit down. Mr. Chairman, these citizens were appointed in June as a result of your memorandum. Our charge was to advise and assist the Assembly in its development of procedures governing the Assembly's conduct of public hearings open to testimony from members of the public. No small issue. And we met most of the summer. We held 2 public hearings, one on September 1st and one on October 3rd. We met with the Assembly Rules Committee. We read the charter. We read the ordinances. We reviewed the policies and procedures. And we are now walking encyclopedias of the public process of the municipality of Anchorage. We present to you tonight a written report which is available to you and is also found in the anteroom of the Assembly on the back wall where all the reports are. The recommendations of the task force are actually founded on a series of principles and a belief that the community process is enhanced when citizens participate in advising members of the community about the laws that are under consideration by the Assembly. We set these principles out to sort of shape the conversation. Our principles are, number 1, the purpose of the public hearing is to solicit the views, knowledge, and ideas of community members to help shape government action. Our second principle is that the process should be open, accessible, predictable, inclusive, transparent, and practicable. That's a lot of stuff, meaning people should have a clue what's going to happen when they come here. Number 3, the community members share their information and values with elected officials. Public policy in Anchorage is actually enhanced. Our fourth principle is that the discussion of controversial issues with the community in public forums prior to the Assembly introduction is desirable because it expands the pool of problem-solving skills focused on the issue. And our fifth principle is that all methods of communication, both traditional and electronic, should be explored as a way to expand the opportunities of people to interact with their elected officials. Our sixth overriding principle is that mutual respect should guide the conduct of members of the public and the elected officials in the public hearing process. And finally, our principle number 7, it is desirable to have all of these principles, not only with Assembly public hearings, but to all the boards and commissions of the municipality of Anchorage, so that we have a tone, a texture, and a commonality of what happens to people when they interact with their elected community in whatever capacity that might occur. The recommendations of the task force, we learned that most of the public hearings that you hold have very few people who come to participate. But it does turn out when there is a controversial or conflicting points of view issue that comes before you, we believe that it is important that there is a process that is predictable for all the people in the community. Our recommendations are based on the idea that a consistent and predictable set of expectations will help with the conversation on those areas. We have 9 broad areas of recommendations, and they're basically sort of in the order of the kinds of things that happen. We start with the charter and a review of the Bill of Rights of the charter and the expectation that people have that they'll be able to have the opportunity to testify prior to the adoption of an ordinance or a resolution. We then go to the public notice process, meaning did everybody have a clue what was coming before you as you make those decisions? And have we exhausted our opportunities to be able to notify people? Third is the public hearing process. What actually happens when people come here? What happens when they come in the door? They come in, and if it was the first time you were ever here, it might be kind of confusing. To that end, we suggest that there actually be some rules written on the top of the agenda that says what this is. We also suggest you consider having high school students or retirees serve as volunteer navigators, people who are actually out in the lobby saying, hello, welcome to your government. Let me show you where the agenda is. Let me show you how it works. Let me explain what the process is. Let me tell you where they are on the agenda so you have an idea. And that there's actually an opportunity for people to be able to understand a little bit. If it was the first time you came here, you might all remember the first time you came. It can be confusing and daunting. Additionally, we have major recommendations on the substitute or the S version of ordinances. Sometimes it has happened that in the process of evaluating a concept or an idea, there are amendments, and then there are actually changes that occur that are evolving into a substitute version. Sometimes there are multiple substitute versions of an ordinance. And so a member of the public might be confused about how we got from this point to that point and the steps in between. One of our recommendations is that the text of a substitute ordinance needs to be available to people, both in printed form in the back of the room as well as electronically, so they know which version of the substitute is before you. It's also suggested, and it's really a hard one, that there actually be a little sentence that says, this is how the ordinance changed. It used to say this, and now it says that. Now, of course, the challenge associated with that is who makes those judgments and who writes that and how brief can they be. But the plan is that people have a clue about the evolutionary process as you go. We also have a whole section on the continuation of the public hearing. Our principal goal is that people know if they came here that it's going to be continued. They know when it's going to be continued when they leave, so that people have some confidence that they have an idea of whether or not they can be there or whether or not they can participate. I forgot to mention in the public hearing process, we said if you're going to have a complex issue, we suggest you consider using a sign-up sheet, and that the sign-up sheet is really designed to try to facilitate the management of people if you have a large crowd. It is not designed to discourage people from participating. It is designed to try to help with the management of large groups. If there is a public hearing that is continued, we suggest that the sign-up sheet also continue. That what we have is an issue that is a great concern to the community, and that the sign-up sheet not be cut off on the first night, but that it actually is open with the continuation of a public hearing. Finally, we have a recommendation on the electronic public record. By that we mean you receive a lot of information in writing or in email that comes from the municipal clerk and is distributed to you. But the members of the public don't know all the good stuff that you've got and the comments of their colleagues or their members of the community about that issue. So in the creation of an electronic public record, anyone can see all the communication that you received from other members of the public about an issue, or some of the reports that you received about how it works. So the intention is that there's actually an electronic public record that includes not only people who come here to testify, but also their written presentations. We also have a section on the assembly chambers itself. Sometimes people said in our public hearings that they thought it was kind of scary to come here and a little intimidating, and that what we're trying to do is suggest some ideas for you about how we can be as welcoming to the public and their participation as possible. Some people said they couldn't hear different parts of the room, and could we check on improving the acoustics? Some people thought that where you're sitting is so high and where we're sitting is so low, that the difference between us is noticeable, and maybe there's some way to try and equalize a conversation with our citizen elected officials. Finally, there was a section on community council collaboration. I want to stress that the charter talks about the community councils as a way for neighborhood participation. We encourage you to look at ways of expanding the opportunities of communication with the community council. We suggest that time limit. You obviously have the right to be able to set time limits at public hearings, but that you have a 3-minute time limit for individuals and a 5-minute time limit for the designated person who's speaking on behalf of the community council. It's for your consideration. And then finally, I want to say that we thought that the community councils, they have grown. There are more than there used to be, and the population has grown, and that it might be time to review the funding of the Federation of Community Councils as a resource to be able to strengthen them. One of our goals was to come to you as your budget started. And the reason we wanted to do that is some of the things we're talking about will cost money. And we want you to think about that as you're reviewing your budget this year. The final broad topic is called assembly presence, and it has to do with how people feel when they come. And sometimes when you leave to go and take care of business while somebody's talking, it confuses them. And so what we seek is some guidance about how people perceive what's going on and making sure that people have the presence of the assembly when they're participating. There were several people who commented at the public hearing about telephonic participation of assembly members, and they had an image of a day when there was nobody here and you were all on the telephone. So that suggestion was that there have to be some guidelines about how many people could be on the phone at the same time. With that, I'm going to stop talking and let you know that some recommendations are simple and might be procedural. Some recommendations might be complicated. Some recommendations might cost some money. Some recommendations may require a change in the ordinances. This task force is available to help you in any way you seek our assistance or our guidance as you review these recommendations, and we are available to serve you in any way we can. We want to thank you for your public service and look forward to working with you in the continuation and the implementation of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions. Yes. Mr. Training.
Thank you, Jane. I appreciate all you did in your committee. I attended a few of your meetings, and it was interesting the one you held here, the last one, where there were people at home watching TV and decided to come down here because they wanted to speak. And they were so glad it wasn't an assembly here when they came down. Because they said, now I got a friendly crowd to look at. We need to change our appearance to the public because I took what he had to say to heart. we're not as friendly as we could be, so thank you very much. Some of these recommendations we can do now, some are going to take a little bit longer. But we do have a meeting on the 17th of October at 1 o'clock, room 155. You're familiar with the room. You guys are invited to come down and meet with us. So as we try to put this rules committee together to work on legislation, it would be good for you to see how your work bears fruit with what we're going to bring forward to the Assembly. And the clerk's office has been very instrumental. And Amanda, wherever you're at, we're granting you absolution for your comments. Okay? There were some comments in there talking about making the Assembly more attentive. And Amanda had to say, that's not me. Amanda, we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do want the record to reflect that Amanda Moser recused herself from voting on that section.
Mr. Gray Jackson.
I got one more thing, Mr.
Oh, okay, Mr. Craney.
We've created now, the clerk's office now has created a Facebook and Twitter accounts to provide public notice. If you Twitter, it's at Municipal Clerk. And if you Facebook, it's Municipal Clerk's Office. And the clerk's office is making copies available of the addendum for the public at the back of the chambers, which is when you run your recommendations. They're addressing some signage issues in the back of the chambers, which we need. And they're going to add additional signs to help the public navigate the chambers. Because far too often I see people walk in here, and the first thing they do is look up to the boards, trying to figure out, what are you talking about? And these boards are not user-friendly. So we appreciate all of your comments, and we'll put them in action with the Rules Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for accepting the recommendation and establishing the Citizens Task Force, because it was badly needed. And I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And I also thank you for establishing the Rules Committee, who is going to take those recommendations and make sure we bring something quickly to the Assembly and not waste a lot of time. And I want to thank the task force, in particular the chair, for her leadership, and the members for spending the time that you did in this beautiful summer. You were having meetings. You did such a wonderful, thorough job, and I am so appreciative to all of you. And I'm also thankful to the clerk's office for allowing the deputy clerk, Amanda, to work with you. She did a fine job throughout, and I thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley.
Appreciate all the work you did. Real quick question, just a couple actually. I appreciate the documents you gave to us. You had mentioned providing ordinances, S versions to the public out back, or whatever fashion that would take place. Was this available to the public upon coming in, the recommendations of the committee?
Yes, sir.
It is out there? Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
The other question I have is the sign-up sheet. And we don't want to utilize that as a tool for limiting public testimony. How do you see the purpose of a sign-up sheet if the sign-up sheet remains perpetually open? What in your understanding, what's the purpose of it? If we have the sheet, but anybody can continually testify, if we have a meeting that continues on for 10 days, what's the point of the sign-up sheet? Why don't we just continue the public testimony? Is anyone here to testify? Yes. Okay, well, we can't go past midnight, so we'll be here tomorrow at 6 p.m.
There are several purposes of a sign-up sheet. The first is that they're not all standing in line, and that both you and the members of the public have some notion of how many people are in line ahead of them and how many people are in line behind them, and whether or not they want to communicate with you online as opposed to coming and participating. But it particularly allows you as members of the Assembly, some predictability about how long we're going to do this and what kind of environment it mostly provides predictability. I also want to mention in that section, there's a recommendation that suggests that if a member of the public requests in writing to the clerk's office at least 24 hours before a hearing, that a sign-up sheet is actually utilized, that you would okay that, and that it would happen, because it provides a management tool so that if you know you're going to have 100 people, then you can say, okay, we're going to do it in this order. So that at least it provides a management tool.
And do you suggest that that sign-up sheet be available to the public only at times during the meeting? So if we have a sign-up sheet and we continue this meeting on to tomorrow or next week, should that sign-up sheet be available in the clerk's office so people can sign up at then, or do you have to come down and sign up when assembly is in session?
We actually don't answer that question. What we suggest is that you explore the practicality of electronic sign-up, and that you evaluate whether that assists you or compounds your challenges. Every time we open our mouth, the clerk's office finds a new function that we have just added them. So I respectfully say that the intention is that if the public hearing is continued, the public has the right to continue to come. It is not, if you are here on one night and we continue the public hearing, if you didn't get here the first night, you are not allowed to participate. Our belief is if the public hearing is continued, the public should be able to continue to come and talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I just want to thank, I apologize for not being able to make it to your meetings when you were working through the dialogue and some of the, I'm really fascinated by the suggestions of having, for lack of better terms, guides or docents coming in the door. There are U.S. government classes in high schools and, of course, at our very own UAA, and I'm sure that we can extend that opportunity for them to not only learn themselves for some training, if you will, but also being able to help explain to community members and perhaps invite some of their classmates and instructors to come along. So I think that's wonderful. And for me, and particularly what is so significant and important is, you know, we're at a point where the municipality, though fairly young as a municipal government, I mean, we know there was the borough, and of course it's been around, municipalities about to do its celebration, of course, the centennial. But as a municipality, it's fairly young. And so we're fortunate to have members such as yourself, Madam Chair, with the original charter members of our municipal government and our law. As Senator Sergilewski is also in presence. And, you know, and then I look out and I lean off to the about third row back and I see State Senator Vic Fisher, who is in our state's constitutional convention. And folks, we need to take advantage of this brain power, these people who have laid the foundation. So, you know, if we've got to make some changes, who better to take guidance from and some opinions? I mean, I think it's a huge thing for me. And so I'm going to read through the document more thoroughly and make sure that we get to your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank all you guys for your participation. I attended a number of the meetings and at least one of the hearings, and the conversation was just was excellent. The experience that you folks have and the knowledge that you have about how we do business and what we do, and just the human aspect in terms of how we should treat people. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
I wanted to echo some of the other comments and thank you for your contributions. I was intrigued by the Assembly should consider moving public hearings to a larger public space, and I know at sometimes I think we were thinking that might be an opportunity just to give more room and more turnout potential. How would you see the mechanics of that being just if you anticipate? And I think maybe in my 8-year tenure on the Assembly, there's probably only been maybe 3 or 4 occasions where that would have been helpful. But how would you envision that happening?
It's our intention that if you know, and we don't expect it to be a common occurrence, but if you know there are going to be 100 people who would like to testify on a particular subject, that you would have to create enough notice to say, we're meeting over at XYZ, and I mean, a long time ago when I served on the Assembly, we were actually meeting in the Egan Convention Center for public hearings because Tudor was being torn down and this was still being built. And so I'm just saying that there's no question that it's a challenge for the clerk's office to make sure that there's a process that could accommodate it. But the good news is that the municipality of Anchorage owns a lot of public spaces that can accommodate large numbers of people. And so if you know you're going to have a large number of people, you have the capacity to be able to do that. So how I would say is We know when we introduce this ordinance that there are going to be, we could even have a sign-up sheet and find out how many people say they would like to come. And if we know it's going to be large, you could actually say, we're going to move, and the public hearing is going to be at XYZ, the Egan Convention Center, or someplace else on this day, or a school. I know that's challenging. And make sure you notify people, and they'll come.
Good thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I get to make a couple of comments. It's the privilege of the chair as we finish, and I want to tell you, Ms. Sandvik, you don't know how much I appreciate the fact that you agreed to step up and chair this committee, or that the committee selected you. However the process occurred, it was a wonderful choice. And to all of you, you have no idea how much I appreciate the time and effort that you put into this. Contrary to popular belief sometimes, my goal from the time that I've been the chair, that I've entered situations where we've had agenda items that had a lot of testimony. You know, I floundered. I tried to seek directions only to find out that there really wasn't a true protocol in place on how to handle this. And I couldn't agree more. If there's one thing that we should do in government, is we should do it the same way every time. And I will take pride in the fact that by the time I give this chair up, that will be in place, and in the future there will not be another chair that has to sit here and kind of try to figure out what to do. There will be clear instructions on how we proceed. So again, I can't thank you enough for the time, the patience, and the delivery of the product. Thank you.
My pleasure. So it was a team effort.
It was a team effort. Yes, it was, and quite a team it is. Any objection to the acceptance? Hearing none, that item is approved. We now have before us item 9F12. It is AR. The number is to be assigned. It's a resolution, municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $7,513,000 from tax-exempt master lease proceeds to the Information Technology CIP Fund for the continued implementation of financial, human resource, purchasing, budgeting, and payroll enterprise resource planning system, SAP, in the Department of Information Technology. Ms. Gray Jackson, I believe you pulled that item.
Actually, it was I did.
Mr. Honeman, my apology.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I thought it was significant enough. It was laid on the table. I know there's yet a number on the AR. I thought it was significant enough information and dollar amount that we just needed to address that. There's some frustration on the part of, I know this body and several of us anyway, I know I've been asking many times for some data and some details about what is happening and where we're at, and I do know that we have to all acknowledge that the time period that was scheduled for is exceeded and the dollar amount is exceeded, and there's many reasons that go into that. And for the lack of better terminology, I've heard it best said that, there's another government overrun cost program that's not very well managed. I don't know who's responsible exactly, but I'd really ask.
I apologize, and I recognize the frustration, but this is being introduced. This is not the time.
It's an AR.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
It's still being introduced.
And could we, I had pushed the motion, and it was moved to introduce. You said move to accept. Move to introduce.
Okay. Move to introduce. Okay, very good.
And who was the third? Thank you, Mr. Trini.
Okay, I'll hold my comments for the later discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gray Jackson.
May I ask that we have a work session on this document before the public hearing?
We can do that.
Thank you.
And this item is introduced, so we now have before us.
Mr. Chairman, one thing. Could the administration please give us how much money we've spent to date on this when we have the work session?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We now have before us item 9F13, AR number, and I want to note that when I read the title of this, the title is different than when I read it as laid on the item. There was a change that needed to be made, and it has been. So I will read that item heading as it should have read. A resolution, Municipality of Anchorage appropriating State of Alaska grant in Senate Bill 18 when tendered of $37 million to the Public Department for various facility improvements, including funds for a new multi-use facility. Ms. Gray Jackson.
I don't see that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't in the queue, but since you called on me, you missed the word works. You said public department. It should be public works.
Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's not on the document we have.
Mr. Train, that's what I just stated. We need to give you the corrected document.
Move
But I read the document as corrected.
Move to introduce.
We need a third.
Third.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, but I'm not in the queue, and yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The item is introduced. That concludes our consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I don't know. Who was the first, second, and third?
Yes, I was the third.
And Mr. Starr was the
No, it was
No, I was the third.
Mayor.
Mayor was the third.
We need to check that. We'll check
Yeah,
it
I
out.
didn't. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We've got a couple of items under old business that I want to take care of here quickly. We have before us item 11A, subject to the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors appointments. Timothy N. Sullivan Sr., Terrence A. Tuschek, and Martin M. Weinstein. Need a motion? Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Pardon? I didn't vote. That motion carries unanimously. We have before us item 11B, AR 244, a resolution Municipality of Anchorage appropriating State of Alaska grants in Senate Bill 18 when tendered of $70 million, $265,744 to various funds and amendments. Mr. Flynn, was that your reconsideration?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to reconsider. Oh, it's already before us. No, we need to
Yes,
vote.
it is before us. So we're going to vote on reconsideration. Please vote.
Somewhat anticlimactic.
That motion fails 6-5.
You guys are no help at all.
Okay, I believe, what have I got, 14? We have before us item 11C, AR 34, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recommending a site in South Anchorage for Fire Station 9, consisting of an approximately 2-acre portion of Rabbit Creek Park, a 9.28-acre parcel located at the northeast corner of Lake Otis Parkway and DeArmond Road within the southwest one-quarter of Section 28, T12N, R32 SM, Alaska, expressing the Assembly's intent to dedicate the remainder as parkland once the property is replatted. Mr. Trombley?
Move to postpone to October 22nd.
Second.
Second. Any objection? Hearing none, this item will be postponed until October the 22nd. Prior to us taking a very quick break here, I once again want to share actually a couple of things. I'm going to ask that all of the individuals that have brought tennis rackets this evening during the break to please have those removed. It's a demonstration, and since I enforced that on the mayor at a meeting that he could not have an item in here to show in a demonstration, I'm certainly going to insist and ask that you respect that same rule. We're going to, the sign-up sheets are here for the three hot topics this evening. And I also want to make sure and point out to anybody that's here with the taxi cab ordinance, if you're here, I encourage you to get signed up. But I also want to make you very aware that with that particular item, we are going to continue public testimony on that one until the 22nd. We will not be doing any action on that during the meeting, but we'll continue with a work session on the 18th, and then we will have more public testimony on that. The other items, I encourage you to sign up. As we pointed out, it is to make sure that we control the number of people standing in the aisle as we're moving through the testimony this evening. And as I stated earlier, those sign-up sheets will be continued until the public testimony is closed on those items.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could we ask the public to find a seat and occupy it? The
I
fire
was,
marshal will shut us down if we got people standing on the side of the building.
Yes, that was my final comment during the break. I encourage as many of you, I want to see all the seats filled, and Chief Bashu is here. It's critical that the doors remain open, all the fire exits are readily accessible, and the chief will walk and let me know if I've got a violation or any issues this evening. So please try to find seating. And the Wilda Marston is open for any overflow this evening. So with that, we are going to break for exactly 20 minutes, and we will be back. where we've got overflow, but there are still a number of seats opened. It's tough sometimes kind of squeezing yourself in, but I encourage you to do that. We now have before us item 13A, AO number 95, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2310, 2011 Anchorage Administrative Code, Section 104, permits requirements to provide the option to exempt all residential and commercial construction from plan review by the municipal building official for code compliance and building safety when a registered design professional designated by the permit applicant certifies the plans. This will be before us for public testimony, but I will tell you that the maker of the ordinance intends to postpone this. So with that, anyone to testify? Anyone at all?
Mr. Chairman, how long is he going to postpone it, sir?
November 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, Mr. Trombley.
Move to postpone to the meeting on November 5th.
Any objection? Hearing none, that item is postponed until our meeting of November the 5th. We now have before us item 14A, AO number 69, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reauthorize certain boards and commissions by amending the sunset provisions in Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 4.40, .125, 4.40.150, 4.50.020, 4.60.150, 4.60.210, and 4.80.010. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr, I've got you in the queue.
That's correct. Is Mr. Weaver nearby?
I saw him. He's here.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver? Can you briefly explain to me how we finally ended out with the role of the Urban Design Commission in the implementation of the new Title 21?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Starr, basically the Urban Design Commission has the responsibilities for the design components of a majority of the site plans that were seen by the Planning Commission previously. It's been ramped up with people in the design profession who are very skilled at what they look at, and it's been working pretty well.
So in the new Title 21, is the Planning and Zoning Commission the appeal body for the UDC, or is the Assembly?
There are certain components that are appealable to the Commission and certain to the Board of Adjustment.
Is that current law, or has that been changed now under their empowerment under Title?
I believe it's in the new code. It has a dual path in certain circumstances, some to the Board of Adjustment, some to the Planning Commission.
My reservation on sunsetting or extending the sunset for another 3 years is that very interplay there. I also believe now is UDC the entire determining factor for the big box ordinance that's currently in code?
No, the Planning Commission kept certain components, certain sizes of projects for themselves.
And if that becomes a bureaucratic problem for folks that now would have to go to the UDC and then to Planning and Zoning, do you see that scenario happening where they have to testify to both bodies?
I don't see that happening as it did in the past. There's two separate entities, and we don't have a duality of requirements, so it should actually be smoother.
All right. Well, it's a 3-year extension, and so I guess that's going to work, but I still have some concerns that we may want to revisit the process if it becomes burdensome and time-consuming.
Sure.
Thank you for your input. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. No one else in the queue, please vote. We have a little bit of a technology challenge here for just a moment. For those of you that are with us on a regular basis, this is a regular moment. That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14B, AO number 107, a ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for issuance of not to exceed $43 million in aggregate principal amount of general obligation bonds of the municipality for the purpose of financing the cost of renewing and replacing Clark Middle School, addition and renewal of Chester Valley and Sand Lake Elementary Schools, design plans for Girdwood K through 8 school, educational capital improvements for district-wide major building systems renewal in the municipality, and educational capital improvements for career, technology and vocational facility, education upgrades, delegating certain matters to the chief fiscal officer in connection with the sale of the bonds, authorizing the chief fiscal officer to confirm the manner of sale of the bonds, pledging the full faith and credit of the municipality to the payment thereof, and authorizing an amendment to ordinance number AO 2012-57. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a member of the Budget Advisory Commission here?
Hello, I'm Bob Griffin, Chairman of the Budget Advisory Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for letting me ask these questions. Mr. Griffin, did the Budget Advisory Commission weigh in on this bond proposal?
No, we did not. This is, I wasn't aware of it. That this is, and I don't think this has to do with the April bond proposal. These are all projects that have already been completed.
Okay, I was just checking. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. We have before us item 14C, AO number 105, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the state of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $14,300,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of 4 AWWU capital improvement wastewater projects and providing for related matters. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, this item is before the body for action.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Item passes unanimously. We now have before us item 14D, AO number 106, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the state of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $5,650,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of 3 AWWU capital improvement water projects and providing for related matters. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
No one in the queue, please vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Trombley?
I'd like to move to change the order of the day, placing 14J above 14H.
Do I have a second?
It's a street lighting ordinance.
Yeah. What we're trying to do is that's an item that's going to take very little time, and we don't want to hold it back behind a fair amount of public testimony.
Second.
Okay. Any objection from the body? Hearing none, we will take that item up ahead of H. We now have before us item 14D. E. 14E. AO number 111, an ordinance approving a non-competitive disposal of a perpetual storm drain easement on Heritage Land Bank, parcel number 3-010, located on Mountain View Drive. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dee High. I'm a civil engineer here in Anchorage. I represent the Special Olympics. I just want to let the body know if there's any questions relative to this ordinance. At least there's someone here that has knowledge on it that can speak to it. I'm urging your approval. This is merely a matter to clean up some drainage issues that are a result of Title 21 interpretations. So if you have any questions.
Mr. Starr?
Well, seeing as the parcel right here,
yep.
Should have a little light there, I suppose. But what I know is it's about 6,700 square feet that we're sort of abandoning, and that's a fairly good chunk of change from a costing perspective. Do you know if the Glen Square folks that developed that, can they build a wider entrance there, and would that land become available for vehicular traffic if they redesign the storm drain connection?
The parcel could. This is a storm drain, specifically a storm drain easement, so at this point, I don't believe they could. But physically, there's enough room there to accomplish that. The advisory committee talked about that issue at length and asked that the easement be changed specifically to a drainage easement for tonight's purposes. They wanted to readdress the access ability at a later date.
Okay, and that is comfortable with those that, your side, if you will, get you going, get you building, and yet we have access issues on that Glen Square. You know, we probably will need to address them. We've got some large tenants coming into play there. So.
Yeah, they'll need to be addressed. But as far as the Special Olympics is concerned, it's strictly a drainage easement. We needed permission to connect to an existing storm drain that was built to handle drainage, actually, from the Special Olympics. So,
I understand. So, good. Thanks for coming down with the knowledge.
Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, item is before the body.
Second.
No one in the queue, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. We now have item 14F before us, AR number 253, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use to allow an unlimited number of caterers permit at the Alaska Native Heritage Center in the T District at 8800 Heritage Center Drive within Siri Glen Subdivision, Track 1, generally located north of the Glen Highway and east of the North Muldoon Road in Anchorage. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Hi, good evening, sir. My name is Laura Atwood, and I handle the facility rentals at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. And we wanted to, and excuse me, Rick Irwin is with me tonight.
I'm Rick Irwin. I'm the Director of Facilities and Safety.
Thank you.
Okay. First of all, we want to thank the Assembly for 2 weeks ago passing a temporary permit for us, which we needed in order to fulfill some contractual obligations, so we very much appreciate that. And we're here tonight to respectfully request that we do receive the full conditional use permit. This would allow us to continue growing our rentals, which are a very important source of earned income for the nonprofit Alaska Native Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one asking questions. Anyone else to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I'm kind of challenged by all of this, quite frankly, with the words unlimited. And it's prevalent to me that we've had some operators that have misused the catering opportunities when you're leasing somebody else's facility. And, I know the chief of police has been up here and some of that. So I'm not a proponent of changing sort of our policy on this as it may seem so easily done, because it is such a viable group. The leasing the facility costs $2,500 plus extras. But I can't see any distinction between some of the previous actions we've had where we've kind of come down on the catering permit use. And I know you had this through the Public Safety Committee. That's why I'm looking at you, Mr. Honeman. But I'm actually going to be a no vote on this, because I think it starts a set process and policy that may get away from us. And how do we distinguish between the good operators and the ones that may start to misuse the facility and burden public facilities? So it could be perhaps delayed until we address some of that, or the unlimited number, even though it's in the title of the debate, could be limited. I'm just not convinced that it's entirely burdensome to list a catering request, especially for a facility that schedules in advance and follow the rules that everyone else does. So that's the reason for my no.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Honeman, you took this up in Public Safety Committee, correct?
We had a discussion, but it was the last meeting, if you recall.
Okay. We have rejected the Shriners' request for something similar, and all things being equal, obviously Shriners was right near a residential area, and this doesn't fall under that same zoning challenge. But what is it about this that we feel, or that at least the committee feels, is different from Shriners? Well, aside from the zoning aspect, and why should we grant them this?
And that's why I'm glad that the petitioners are here, so they can answer any questions or concerns. But frankly, this is something akin to what we found was an oversight, if you will, for the convention centers. I know that it's not a public facility; it's privately nonprofit run, but they do have events that are scheduled there. There's 52 weeks in a year, so I don't speak for however many days they lease their facility, but it's somewhat akin to that as I see it. It's not. We're basically telling a nonprofit, they're not trying to yield to some other company. They're very concerned about their reputation in the community, and they want to make sure that all the rules are followed, and their operators are very responsible. So I don't know if either Mr. Irwin or Laura wants to step back down. If there's any questions specifically, one of the things that was on their plate was they don't want to be in violation of what the existing law states. So I know that perhaps they can answer a little better with their requests from their request perspective.
My question for you is, since we've already rejected similar requests in the past, what is it about your operation that you feel that you can, in no disrespect, act in a more responsible manner than others who've requested the same thing that this body has rejected?
Sure. Well, I do think one thing.
If you could come a little closer.
Yes,
no, that's fine.
excuse
Thank
me. One thing that was mentioned earlier is we are not in a residential area, which I do think is very important. Our campus is very much separated from the main neighborhood, so that is important. We also take very seriously the responsibility when alcohol is being served at any of our events. We do not allow any self-service of alcohol. All of our clients have to hire professional bartenders. So there is always somebody there who knows how to read the signs if somebody has had enough to drink and it is time to cut them off. So we always require that. We work with very few caterers, so the caterers that we do work with are very responsible. They are always following the law. They are also policing the situation and monitoring the clients. I have at times asked the caterer to please close the bar earlier than they normally would if I had any concerns about a specific event. We also have event assistants and maintenance staff that are on duty throughout the entire event. So they are also there watching the clients and seeing how the event is being run. So we do take that very seriously.
Okay, and one other question, Mr. Chairman. Some of the other groups that have come before us, they wanted to utilize this mechanism as a revenue generator for them. For whatever reason, there's been a lack of funds in other areas. Is this a method to increase your bottom line to help you stay afloat as an organization?
We have 3 revenue-generating streams at the Heritage Center. That would be admissions, our gift shop, and our rentals of the facility. And if we limit the catering permits, then essentially, yes, sir, we do limit that particular revenue stream.
So you're doing this to increase the revenue stream?
We are, sir, and it does. Obviously, that goes towards supporting the mission of the Heritage Center.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, I guess, respond back with the code under Title 21. It specifically addresses cultural centers, which the Alaska Native Heritage Center truly is, and it fits in the qualifications in that section of the code. So where the other clubs, if you will, or programs are nonprofits equally, no doubt, they don't fit in that definition. So they're already within that time frame, and so we fully vetted the application, and this is I guess our time to be heard. Their time to be heard to answer questions. So,
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About how many events do you anticipate having on an annual basis with it?
Events total, or events that would require a catering permit?
Events that require this catering permit specifically.
Right now, we have reached that. We reached that limit in the middle of September. Based on the events that I have coming up through the rest of the year, I would estimate 20 to 25 events a year.
You're right at 12 now, and 20 to 25. Okay. And I don't know if you're in position to answer this question, but if within the text of this conditional use permit we put a cap of, say, 30 events in there, would that be workable for you?
I would, as I know revenue or rentals to be going right now, I would say yes, that would certainly be more workable. That would obviously allow us to do more of these events, and I would be very appreciative of that. There are only so many Friday and Saturday nights in a year, so we are limited as far as that goes. So that would be very appreciated also.
I'm sorry, are you indicating, I must have missed that in the application. Are you saying that you would only conduct events on Fridays and Saturdays?
No, I'm sorry, that was misleading. We do events throughout the week. However, the majority of the events are Friday and Saturday nights.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss something.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Trombley and Mr. Starr brought up the issue with the Shriners Club, which is in Mr. Trainee in my district. And one of the biggest reasons why we denied their similar request was because they're smack right in a neighborhood. But at the same time, I really appreciate Mr. Honeman bringing up the fact that there is a difference. This is a cultural center and different than the other clubs that we've dealt with in the past. And that's one of the things that makes me feel more comfortable about approving this request. But I also am inclined to put a number like Mr. Flynn suggested on here. I think that might be a better way to handle this instead of unlimited. And I just wanted to mention my thoughts on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Steele.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. I had 2 questions. One was, do you have security, in-house security or hired security during events?
We have maintenance that also works as security. Quite frankly, we would never let it get to the point of having that. We're very strict about the clients that we accept to come to the Heritage Center. And to be honest, I don't remember actually ever having the police department have to come out.
That was my second question. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chairman, it seems there's some concern on part of the body on supporting this particular ordinance where it says unlimited, so I move to change and insert a number to 50, no more than 50.
Second.
That's in the form of a motion amendment. Hey, we got a motion to second. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure what Mr. Honeman meant to say is on line 18.
Yes.
Delete an unlimited number and replace that with 50.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for helping me out. That's what I meant to say.
And and I'm going to gently request, well, I'll make a motion to amend the amendment to 30. Let's walk before we run. If they need about 20 to 25 this year, let's give them 30 and room to grow. When they come back to us in a couple of years, we can reevaluate.
Second.
Wait, I've got a point of order here. I've got an amendment we haven't voted on unless Mr. Honeman accepts
I think
that
we
as
try
a
with
friendly.
50. If it's not passed,
You
we'll...
can't make a
okay.
friendly amendment, so
Okay.
you can only amend an amendment, which is what I asked
Okay.
you to do.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote on the amendment.
Point of clarity.
50.
50?
30. 30.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't accept.
The motion was made by Mr. Flynn, and it was seconded by Mr. Trombley. That motion is on the table, so the motion is for 30.
That motion carries 7-4. Now we're back to the original motion. Back to the amended, as amended. No one else in the queue, please vote on the original document as amended.
Mr. Chairman, my screen says to limit the total to 50 at the top. Are we voting on the original amendment?
I'm going to change that.
She's going to change it. We voted on 30.
Oh, I know that, but I just want to make sure Mr. Honeman's motion is not up, that it's actually the amended original version. Correct? Okay.
Correct. You could be seated. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
We now have before us item 14G, a resolution of the Anchorage AR number 249, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating $175,000 from area-wide general fund balance to the Department of the Assembly Fund 101 to provide funding for an independent review of SAP and Kronos implementation. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Johnston?
While I appreciate the intent of this, I have to say that I feel it's late since we just finished an independent review of the SAP implementation program, and we all had a work session on that, and I'm not sure why we'd have to have another one. Actually, I'd like to ask Ms. Mahoney if you would see any reason to have another independent review of SAP and Kronos, since we just had one, and the dates of our most recent one and the findings. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
Excuse me, I had a question there for Ms. Mahoney.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mahoney?
Yes, through the chair. As we explained in the work session last week, Peloton company just completed an assessment and a review of where we currently are in our SAP application. And they provided a PowerPoint type report that was delivered to all of you Assembly members earlier this week. Based on the information that we received from Peloton and our decision to hire Peloton to finish the implementation, I do not believe it is necessary at this point to have another independent review. If there are any corrections that need to be made in the configuration of our system, Peloton will be making those as we go through and complete the implementation process.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
I'll be a no vote on this. You know, we had an excellent and very informative work session last week that detailed in greatly the issues that and the challenges being faced, and also the path forward. I think we had lots of information that's been made available to everybody in the Assembly, and I think this is unnecessary effort, and will be a no vote. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just start out with a comment. First of all, we didn't have a work session. We had an executive session. And I think comments that were just made, probably comments that shouldn't have been made, but I'm not the judge. Furthermore, this is a resolution to provide up to $175,000 for an independent management review, which is very badly needed. We've just got a resolution laid on the table that's asking for an additional $7.5 million for SAP, and we've already spent $20 million, including labor. And I want to read a paragraph from an email that I got from Mr. Ahern in relationship to the review that Peloton did. Quote, "The report is one-sided. The overall focus of Peloton's work was not to identify all that has been accomplished since the Anchorage project began, which is considerable. We tasked Peloton to identify outstanding work that needs to be completed and provide us with a plan to complete the project. As you might expect, our current integrator does not agree with all of Peloton's findings. And in my mind, besides the fact that we need to have this independent management review, this quote from the administration is basically saying the report that they got they don't agree with. So we need an independent review. And I hope that my colleagues realize that this is the prudent thing to do on behalf of the citizens in our community, because that $20 million that's already been spent, okay, is your tax dollars. That $7.5 million that we're asking in additional expense is your tax dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dembowski. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had some questions for Ms. Mahoney. As I read the scope of this project, which seems pretty broad, but nonetheless, my questions go back to the Peloton review. What type of, it almost seems to me like, from what we learned in our executive session and the published Peloton review, it almost seems like this might be redundant. But can you speak to that and also tell me what kind of impacts this might have on delaying the project or cost or all of the above?
I'm sure. Through the chair, our new implementer, Peloton, is forecasting that the length of time to implement would be 30 weeks, assuming that we begin quickly. To the extent that teams and employees would be removed from the project and then have to spend time supporting an independent QA analysis would more than likely extend the duration of the project and cause us to go beyond 30 weeks in regard to implementing. Our goal is to get the project implemented and not to spend time rehashing what we already know in regard to what the mistakes were that Black and Veatch made.
And Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so if it extends the length of implementation, is there any cost that you could see that would be associated in addition to this $175,000 or no?
Yes, we are estimating about $500,000 to $600,000 a month in regard to the cost for Peloton to be here. So if the resources are distracted and it causes, for example, a month delay, we would expect another $400,000 to $500,000 in additional costs to implement.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, no offense, Ms. Mahoney, I just have to echo what Ms. Gray Jackson's sentiment is. We're over budget already and we're way over time. So I don't see where even the administration, this mayor, has said what's wrong with taking a look at a deployment audit many years ago in the police department to see if our resources are placed where they should be. And because there's been some errors and some contention over it, I think it's only wise that we take what really amounts to a small amount of money to make sure that our investment of $27 million and north of that possibly, that it doesn't go without having at least a good set of eyes on it for management purposes. It's good management. It's good use of our money. I'm a yes vote.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be a yes vote on this because we will have spent $27 million on Son of PeopleSoft. I want to make sure this doesn't repeat itself again with some other system. So I want to get a report on this independent of the person that sold us the program, the one that's going to correct the problems. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a yes vote on this.
Thank you. See no one else in the queue, please vote. That motion fails 7-4. I want to, I'm going to step back real quick and clean up a piece of business. We had
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point a personal privilege.
Mr. Starr.
I'm going to challenge the introduction of F-13 from the mayor's perspective. Not so much from the introduction, but I'd really like to have a conversation amongst this assembly body whose right it is to set the public hearings. And the matter that the mayor laid on the table is basically an iteration of another one that he currently has, with the exception of several words. So in the matter of F-13, it's a continuing appropriation option of $37 million. That item's about to come up in front of us, and so the idea that the mayor has the opportunity to set the public hearing, I think, has to be first questioned and ruled by the chair. And then secondly, I'd like the opportunity for the assembly to debate why we wouldn't take that matter up tonight on F-13.
What I actually intend to do, Mr. Starr, as a point of personal privilege, is have my name added as the third sponsor for F-13.
And your intention on setting the public hearing is for what date?
It'll be at the next meeting, 2 weeks.
Well, you understand that there's a competing resolution to resolve the matter of appropriation that's scheduled for November 5th. So in essence, then, we're going to take up this matter in heavy budget times. We're going to take it up tonight for lengthy discussion. We're going to take it up with a competing resolution, 5 words different, same amount, on the 22nd, and then you're asking us to come back and revisit this conversation again for remaining business on the 5th. To me, I don't find that to be effective use of assembly time to debate a topic that's very linked. Again, we haven't actually seen the printed copy of the submitted item. The first one that you laid on the table is exactly the wording of the next item, 14H, exactly. You read into the record words that added the appropriation directly to the tennis club of the $6 million, a modification, if you will. So again, if that's your ruling, I'm going to request that we have a vote to suggest that we confirm or overrule that ruling.
Very well. Do you have a second?
My second.
Second.
Please vote.
So a yes vote overrules the chair, Mr. Chairman?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, could you please restate the question? Sorry.
The clerk is trying to get that straight now. It's basically a motion by Mr. Starr to overrule my decision that I would be the sponsor and we would schedule the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, would you please reiterate it only takes 6 votes to override the chairman, not 8?
Absolutely. It's a simple majority. Ms. Tucker. Ms.
I believe that you need to separate out your 2 questions. The Assembly does not have, by majority rule, an ability to prevent the chair or any other member from adding themselves as a sponsor. On the question of public hearing date, then I think that that's an appropriate motion to be before the Assembly on if the chair is suggesting that a public hearing date on an item be set for November 5th, and Mr. Starr wishes to have the Assembly consider overruling that and setting it for the 22nd to consolidate it with others, then that would be a separate motion.
Thank you.
Actually, that's the only question I want answered. I don't question your authority or your ability to replace the mayor as his third, but I do, if you're anticipating, as chair's ruling, setting that on the 22nd, I challenge that and make a motion that it be tonight. So that's what I'm trying to get the question clarified.
Okay. And so that was your resolution that's scheduled for the 5th of November.
Well, it starts to lend into debate. The only thing that potentially would be on the 5th would be the remaining balance of the $10.5 million. A better comparison is that the mayor's already entered in a $37 million title item for tonight, which we're about to take up tonight, and then he's added a mirroring resolution for next week for the same dollar amount. And that's just maybe the principle is slightly different on the appropriation, but he could clearly do it through an S version or some other clarification to the tables attached. So it's prudent to process-driven this. I'm just not willing to do this for the next 3 meetings when we've got a full slate.
And I got in the queue. Is this on Mr. Starr's motion, Mr. Honeman?
Is that for me?
Is your comment? You're in the queue, and Mr. Trombley's in the queue. Is this on Mr. Starr's motion?
It's on Mr. Starr's. I was under the understanding this matter, 9F13, was done. Mr. Starr was challenging that the mayor became the third, and that was the issue. In order to have this matter back before us, I thought we'd have to either vote for reconsider or get a ruling that the mayor can be the third or not. And I thought that was the issue we were dealing with.
Right. And what we determined is that the mayor cannot be, but I have put myself on as the third.
But the matter's closed, so we'd have to vote to reconsider it and take the vote on whether we want to reconsider.
You only reconsider items that have been passed.
It was accepted as a third, and it was improper as being challenged.
Mr. Starr brought this up as a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
So if I'm up to speed on where I really need to be, we're looking at a motion to hear this item tonight with the other items. Is that correct, Mr. Starr?
I think that's the best process. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wheeler.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but a resolution that's been introduced by the body that seeks to appropriate more than $100,000 has to have a public hearing. You have to notice it, so you cannot hear the mayor's resolution tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
if I can have a point of clarification. It's also true then that if the 14H doesn't pass, but we appropriate $26.5 million of the 37, then there's not the ability to appropriate obviously more money than we have. So why would we push it off to the 22nd? The matter will be decided tonight. I guess I don't understand your logic in being able to push it down the matter. Procedurally, one of these passes, which I hope something gives correction tonight.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, if the Assembly passes a resolution tonight that affects the mayor's proposal, then the mayor's proposal may be postponed indefinitely or otherwise mooted, or only some portion of it may be subject to your further consideration. It all depends on what you do tonight.
Our protocol is S versions, so, my point's made, Mr. Chairman, but I think you need to get control of the process on late on the table items, and we need to review them. Again, a late on the table item, none of us have printed copies on, whether it's from the mayor or us. It's time to put protocol to the table. We don't need to ask the same question 3 different times. So it's your ruling. If you want to put yourself as a third and put it in there.
I have put myself as a third. And Mr. Starr, I do intend, this is another one of those areas that have been a point of controversy for quite some time. And late on the table is a challenge at all points. So understood.
Well, sir, I would also challenge your ability to set the public hearing date without the discussion of the body, which is essentially what you've done. You've arbitrarily set it on the 22nd. And that's my point of contention. I won't push it under my point of personal privilege, but that's the point. There's no requested hearing date on the document that I have. So I think the point of just good business is to either align it with current business, which they've said not, or push it off to a date that's more conducive to the topic being discussed. So it's not only that, it's your ability to overrule just normal protocol and push it to the next meeting by no discussion of this body.
And I very clearly understand that, Mr. Starr, and past practice has been 2 weeks after introduction. Tonight is introduction. 2 weeks is the 22nd. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I'm in the queue.
Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the body you do indeed have a copy of the resolution that was introduced tonight. The only change was that the change that you read into the title where it included the funding for the multi-sport facility. So all the other language is in front of the body, and there is a substantive difference in line 35, section 2. So both the title change and the change in the text itself were the reasons that it is a separate document and introduced separately.
Thank you.
All right.
You never got down to this end of the table. Never got down.
I need the next item, 14J. We now have before us, that's the one we changed the order. We now have before us item 14J, AO number 89S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 21.08.050.1.2 to provide for and clarify the street lighting standard for collector streets located in Class B improvement areas under Title 21. As I pointed out earlier, this is going to be postponed for a work session and will be back before us, and there will be public testimony at that time. However, if there's anyone here that wishes to testify this evening, please do so now. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, Mr. Trombley.
Move to postpone till October 22nd.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, that item is postponed to October the 22nd.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to move to combine public testimony on items 14H and 14I.
Any objection of the body?
Perhaps explain to the public what that means.
Well, there's two items that are linked, and they both deal with the tennis courts, which a lot of people are here to testify on. And so instead of taking up 14H, having public testimony, and then taking up 14I, which is essentially the exact same, almost the exact same thing minus the dollar amount, we figured it would be prudent and for a speedy public testimony to just combine the two. So when you discuss them to us, you can discuss both of them at the same time.
We need a second. Thank you. Mr. Flynn, are you in the queue?
Yeah. I wanted to expand just a little bit on Mr. Trombley's explanation. Folks, 14H is the one with the full $37 million, and in theory would include the Northern Lights tennis facility. 14I is $26.5 million, doesn't include the money for the tennis facility, and defers our consideration of how to use that $10.5 million to the November 5th meeting. So when you're coming up here, you can say, I like 14H better, or I like 14I better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We now have before us item. Yes, I had no objection to combining the public testimony. We now have before us item 14H, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating State of Alaska grant in Senate Bill 18 when tendered of $37 million to the Public Works Department for various facility improvements. And I will also read the heading on item 14I, AR number 252, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating State of Alaska grant in Senate Bill 18 when tendered of $26,500,000 to the Public Works Department for various public improvements. This item is before the body for public testimony. The clerk will read 4 names at a time, and when we get to the third individual testifying, the clerk will then read the next 4 names.
Donna Griffin, Toby Hurlbert, Sophie Green, Mike Krieger.
Please come forward. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hello, thank you for allowing us the time to speak to you tonight. My name is Dana Griffin. I'm the USTA League Coordinator for the state of Alaska. I took over that position in January of this year. Prior to this year, we had roughly, well, under 100 league players or league signups every year. This year, we'll have 500. That's 500% growth. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to insist that we maintain decorum in here. It's imperative. You've only got 30 minutes or 3 minutes, and we can't use it clapping. Thank you.
The one perspective that I've gained through this year, besides just the growth in tennis that I've seen, is that my name and my contact information is on the USTA website. And you would be amazed at how many tennis players have came out of the woodwork this year and have contacted me and said, Dana, what are my tennis options? This is great. I would like to play. I've heard great things about your league. So, I explain our tennis situation here. And the largest comment that I get, or the most popular comment I get, I should say, is, I can't afford a private club membership for tennis in the winter. Are there any other options? The other comment that I get is, it may not be that I can't afford it, but it doesn't make sense for the amount of tennis that I play to pay. It's roughly $120 to $168, depending on if it's a family or a individual tennis membership. They say, well, what are my options? Is there anything else I can do? I've also had a large group of military that have contacted me and said, I would love to play tennis again. I used to play when I was young. Can I play league? Well, they're in the same situation. It doesn't make sense for them to join a private club. They have a gym at the military, on the military base. So I went in recently, 3 weeks ago, to the Alaska Club, trying to bridge this gap. And I went into membership and I said, hey, this is my situation. I explained it to them. Is there any way we can reach out and include these members? Can you provide us with some tennis guest fee, something that's reasonable, something that makes sense for everybody, since you're the only facility that has tennis? The guest, the membership person that I spoke with, he gave me what specials they had going on, and he directed me to somebody who could make that decision for me. She was not available. I emailed her. She did not respond. A week later, I emailed her again. She did not respond. So then I went back to membership and I explained what was going on. And he said, I'm sorry, we won't be able to provide anything. Just convince them to join the club. And I said, well, I've already, presented them with that information, and it just doesn't make sense for everyone.
Okay, thank you. I am going to be really strict on 3 minutes.
Is that 3 minutes?
That's 3 minutes, and we've got a lot. And I'm also going to ask assembly members, if you have questions, please be very direct with your questions so that we not waste time this evening. So I see no one in the queue with a question for you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee.
What rate per hour to play tennis?
A reasonable rate
Yes.
per hour.
Yes.
Based on what I see at other facilities that have public facilities, somewhere between $30 an hour for the court, but that is split between 4 people in doubles and 2 people in singles. And I've seen it as low as $20 an hour.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mike Krager, 5363 Sillery Circle on the east side of town, the College Gate neighborhood. I've lived in Anchorage since 1982. I'm in support of 14H, the $37 million appropriation, including the $10.5 million for the tennis courts. The pertinent facts that I've seen are, first, that there is no public indoor tennis court in the Anchorage Bowl. That's one important fact. The second is that it's my understanding that if this money is not used for the tennis courts, the $10.5 million, that it goes back to the state. I understand from reading the paper and probably nowhere else that there's perception that there's some hair on this appropriation because of the way it was done. The tennis courts, let me back up. This interest in obtaining indoor tennis courts started, in my view, when the Alaska Club put the North Club, the former Anchorage Racket and Fitness Club, up for sale. And when they put it up for sale about 4 years ago, as I understand it, there was a non-compete, so people who wanted to get into the business of having a tennis court, making sure we had a public indoor tennis court or a private indoor tennis court, couldn't do it. So I'm concerned that the Alaska Club is attempting to influence the Assembly to say, well, you ought not do this because it's not a wise expenditure of funds. I think the club has a vested interest in preventing a public indoor tennis facility, and I would discount some of the information that the Alaska Club has been publishing. The third significant fact, in my view, is that the Turnagain Community Council supported this facility by a vote of, I understand, 25-1. I had the opportunity to serve on the plating board a few years, and there was always controversial provisions involving NIMBY. You didn't want to have this facility in Walmart not on the east side, or the Sand Lake thing because it was going to bother my neighborhood. Here you got a community council that's strongly in favor of this facility, and you've got community-wide support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Toby Hurlbert, and I'm just here to give testimony to tennis. I'm 70 years old. I play twice a week. Many of the people I play with are in their 80s. Just want to remind you that the senior population in Anchorage is growing, as it is around the country, and tennis is a sport that you can play until you're 90 years old. It is a fun game. It's competitive, it's active, it's physical, it's mental, it's challenging, it's so much fun. It's for all ages. Where I came from, we started kids out with little balloons hitting tennis balls. If you have a facility, it will be used. In tennis, what we need is R&R. That stands for rackets and roofs, okay? And so I'm hoping to be playing tennis when I'm 90, and I hope you all will play, and I hope we have an indoor public facility because we really need it. So stay healthy, stay fit, and stay independent, and try to take up tennis because it's participatory. You're not sitting there vicariously just looking at some team sport. That's not going to help your health. So thank you for letting me talk about tennis. It's a wonderful game.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
After Sophia Green, Scott Kohlhaas, Bill Bittner, Judy Bittner, Alan Clendaniel.
Young lady, you're next. Just hold on to the bottom and bend it down. It'll come. Okay. There you go.
Hi, my name is Sophia Green. I'm 9 years old. I never spoke in front of an assembly before, but tennis is my favorite sport. I try to play a lot. My grandparents play when they are 70 years old. It's a lifelong sport, and hockey and soccer are definitely not. Me and all the kids who like tennis think that having an indoor tennis court would be better for us. It's good exercise, and we can have a little fun. I just really, really want these tennis courts. I'm going to be there when it opens, if it is.
Thank you very much. You did very well. Good evening.
Good evening. Isn't that something? My name is Scott Kohlhaas, and I live here in Anchorage. I've lived at 6th and Turpin for the last 11 years. I'm also currently serving as the president of the Alaska Tennis Association, and so I want to take a little time to tell you a little bit about us and what our motivations are. The ATA is nonprofit. We're all volunteers. We're an affiliate of the United States Tennis Association, and so all our programs are operated under their guidelines and standards, especially when it comes to good sportsmanship and the USTA Code of Ethics. The USTA Code of Ethics is basically be courteous and be honest, and that's the way we teach our young people. It's more than honesty. If you hit a shot that's out, you call your own shot out. That's unprecedented in sport, I believe. And you give your opponent the benefit of the doubt. When it comes to the situation in Alaska, as you know, we're up against General Winter, and he's a formidable opponent. And the means we have to hold off General Winter are owned by a monopoly, which is very expensive. It's the kind of monopoly that gives the word monopoly its bad name. They really don't care in the end. And it's kind of interesting to see their sales proposal to the city for the North Club. It's, whoa, tennis is dying. You know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, really. Tennis is dying. This facility is a fiscal sinkhole and a physical sinkhole. It's not even ADA compliant. But you know what, City of Anchorage? It's good enough for you, so why don't you buy it from us? So I know this transformation is going to be difficult, but I assure you it's generational. What we're fighting for here is a generation of young tennis players and champions. And ladies and gentlemen, if we lose this vote, if we give this money back to the state, I believe we'll lose these courts. And so if you would be willing to get behind this effort and forget about the means and remember the end, I would be personally very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Scott, I just wanted to personally thank you for your effort and initiative in lobbying so hard and working with the legislature to secure the funding for this project. Good on you and good on the association. Thank you.
Remember,
Thank you.
ATA, our organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Bill Bittner. I am a local resident here for 60 years and a tennis player, and I speak in favor of 14H. I'm also a member of the, and I speak individually, of the Anchorage Park Foundation, and I'm the regional representative of the Northwest U.S. Tennis Association. And the point I'd like to make is please don't separate this money out, and please don't send this money back to Juneau, because I think this is the one shot that we have for a great project for the kids. The Anchorage Park Foundation, the Alaska Tennis Association, we got together and we raised the money to redo the tennis courts, public courts, at 9th and C. And the people that did those, who finished off the court, said they've never seen courts used in public so much. And I know there's unhappiness with Mayor Sullivan and some of the legislatures and all that, but beat up on them all you want, but don't kill this project. Because if this project goes back to Juneau, you'll never see the money. Or if this project just goes to the Alaska Club, who's trying to sell you a used car when you can build a brand new facility, energy efficient, that's what you should do. There's a question on sizing. I'd say size it how you like it, but you've been given a gift by the Alaska legislature. It may not be your priorities, but on the Anchorage Park Foundation, we go down there and we prioritize everything, and they give us money back. We go, well, we got 90% of it, but where did this other come from? It comes from grassroots support, and I think that's what you see here is grassroots support from the community on a project that's not unlike the objection to the Tony Knowles Trail, objection to the PAC because it's a theater project, but those have all turned into wonderful things for Anchorage. And as that Rickety Alaska Club has lasted 40 years, a brand new state-of-the-art facility is going to last 40 years, and you'll all be very proud of it. When Sullivan's long gone or whoever anybody's mad at, they'll forget that, but they'll remember this wonderful Patrick Flynn indoor tennis court. Thank you.
We have Mr. Bittner. Mr. Bittner, we have some questions. Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate you coming down. One of the questions I have is, you had mentioned a brand new energy efficient building. My main concern in this entire process is that a brand new energy efficient building is lumped in to be paid for dollars appropriated for Project 80s. We're in Project 80s building right now, Dempsey Anderson, Sullivan Arena, the PAC. Why is a brand new standalone building, energy efficient, being bought and paid for out of dollars that are supposed to be allocated to Project 80s, the library, Dempsey Anderson, Sullivan Arena? I have yet to understand why that's the case.
Well, as I said to another elected official, who knows the wisdom in Juneau, what they do? I mean, books could be written as to people who go down there with studies and reports and priorities, and how the legislature as the independent body funds these things, I don't know. I mean, it would have been fine with the Alaska Tennis Association if it had been a standalone like some of the other appropriations were, and you know, we could have that money independently. We didn't ask to be lumped in with the Project 80s, but I think the point is that now that it's there, I'd say accept the gift and work within the budget while we are busy fundraising to help with the maintenance.
And while I would agree with you, I'm challenged by that fact because there's so many needs for Project 80's stuff. And when you look at Senate Bill 18, it says Project 80's dollars, critical maintenance and upgrades. And that's where I'm challenged by a brand new building when it's designed for critical maintenance and upgrades. That's what comes to us from the state.
And I don't blame you. I mean, that their language, how it gets in there, I don't know, and I can't answer that question. But it's there. Take the money. Thanks.
Mr. Starr.
Well, and it isn't, we're not trying to be 20 questions here. I think we're trying to do diligence. There's a certain need to determine actually what happened and how we got here, because it's quite a bit different than our normal protocol. And so, and maybe you're not the one to ask, but the relationship with the Anchorage Parks Foundation and ATA is that, and you said I don't understand the stuff that happens down in Juneau, but in HB 18, there's direct line items all throughout here, including Anchorage Park Foundation. There's 7 of them that go directly, and fairly large numbers. YMCA, 6 million direct. So Juneau has a habit of saying this is how we want the money spent. So it's part and parcel to sort of that principle, and I'll speak to it later at debate. But if you don't know how it was packaged, I get that. But if the relationship was there and this is their reaction to it, I'd like to know your observation there.
Well, that's a good question. I want to make it clear that this certainly wasn't in the Anchorage Park Foundation request, and so the Anchorage Park Foundation, to my knowledge, didn't go down there. And again, I speak as an individual and just as a board member, did not ask for the money. They didn't oppose it, and they were aware of the continuing yearly effort by mainly the Alaska Tennis Association to get this money. Now, how that money got lumped into Project 80's, I don't know, but at the end of the day, sufficient funds were given to build a state-of-the-art facility in a central location. But I don't blame you for asking those questions, and those are good, responsible questions to ask. We're just here merely to say, good questions. We hope the money will not go back to Juneau and be dissipated to other communities in Alaska or diminished such that we can't get the facility. Because I think with private funds and others, we can help on the operating and maintenance. But
yeah, and
good question.
And there isn't, and this hasn't been spoken in the mayor or the future chairman or soon-to-be mayor, or whatever Mr. Chairman here speaks to this. I have an issue with the $10.5 million, which is supposed to come in front of this body in a month. So
Right.
Part of that packaging isn't to send it to Juneau, it's to have continuing discussions about the flexibility of that. So I want you to know it's not over tonight if one thing happens versus another. The automatic return of the money to Juneau does not occur tonight.
Well, I'm really appreciate to hear that, because I think a really fine building could be built on a square foot basis that may not be $10.5 million, but be something that is a win-win for everyone. And as long as everyone works together as to the scarce resources and where they can go and how you got to $10.5 million and could you do with less on these facilities is a discussion the Alaska Tennis Association with the Assembly and the mayor would love to have. And maybe it's less than that, and maybe we can all have a win-win.
And we're going down the path of what we do next, and that's have that discussion. So thanks for coming up. There's plenty more. And
But one more point on that point is I think you can do that by supporting 14H, because you don't automatically spend $10.5 million. You still have to go through the internal process of what's the right amount of money for this project within the city.
And I don't want to debate you, that's not the point, but there's also discussions about what's the right of money for Sullivan Arena, for Dempsey Anderson, for the ice rinks, and that's all part of what Mr. Trombley was talking about. The Project 80s discussion has been far more extensive at this body, fix up what we already own. So we're trying to catch up how quickly we can. That's just government at work. So thank you.
But we want to be all part of that group, not separate, because I think that's too easy to kill the project.
Well, you just said what I think as well. I'd like to have that conversation as well, and not leave it up to the mayor. So
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Judy Bittner. I am in the Turnagain Community Council area. I live behind West High, and I am here to urge the Assembly's support of 14H and the indoor tennis facility. I'm a lifelong tennis player. My parents, Ellie and Bill Bittner, helped build the tennis courts and advocate for that in the 1950s and 60s. They were avid tennis players their entire life. Now their great-grandchildren are tennis players in part of the Anchorage's Quick Start program. That's what we represent. Our family represents 4 generations of playing tennis in Anchorage. A public tennis facility will allow the year-round tennis opportunities for the entire community and visitors to our great town. Tennis promotes a healthy lifestyle. It's a family sport and one that can be played from ages 4 to 100. If it was located in the Dempsey Ice Rink area as proposed, the facility would be easily accessible to students from Turnagain Elementary, Romick Middle School, and West High. Those 3 schools have a 40 to 50% students classified as economically disadvantaged. At West High, a school survey in December 2012 showed that there is an interest by the student body in playing tennis. A nearby tennis court would offer kids an affordable opportunity to play tennis, and because really all they need is a tennis racket and a good pair of tennis shoes and some tennis balls. Indoor tennis provides healthy activity, good lifestyle choices, and for some scholarship opportunities. There are very few of these students or their families, I think, could afford the membership in the Alaska Club. I urge you on the Assembly's support of an indoor tennis court and give us some more affordable indoor sports year-round. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Ellen Clendaniel, Nathan Carr, Ellen Rumley, Arnaldo Hernandez, and Robert Brewster.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alan Clendaniel. I served on the board of the Alaska Tennis Association for 6 years and finally took a break this last year. But I am the vice chair of the Alaska Tennis Association Facilities Committee, and I was also elected recently to be the vice president of the USTA Pacific Northwest section, which covers Alaska, Oregon, and Washington. I'd just like to talk a little bit about where the tennis community came for the support of this project. 4 years ago, after we successfully fundraised to resurface the Park Strip tennis courts. We started what we called our Quick Start tennis program, which is specifically designed for 10 and under age children. It's a new format that the USTA has put out that shrinks the courts, uses balls that bounce very slowly, and opens up the game for kids to play as young as 4. We didn't know whether it was going to work, but we said we have to get kids playing, and it has to be low cost. And it was a huge success. We've done it for 4 years. This last year, we had close to 400 kids participate in the summer at the park strip. And then that leads us to the problem we have. These parents send an email to us and say, it's September now, what do we do? And we say, well, you can join the Alaska Club. There's some high-priced lessons there, or we'll see you in June. We've tried to bridge the gap by getting permits at 3 elementary school gyms. I coach at one of them. It's pretty interesting to have 25 kids in a cafeteria with tennis balls. We do a really fun job. It's not ideal. What we need for these families to make tennis accessible and affordable is a public indoor tennis facility. I believe the USTA National Technical Assistance is already working, is aware of this, and they're going to provide assistance. And one thing that will be required is that the courts will be lined for this 10 and under tennis format, which currently the only tennis courts in Anchorage that have that are the park strip. So there is a need. We need to have affordable and accessible tennis. The other thing I'd like to talk to you about is because I know some people have raised questions about whether this would be a drag on the city's finances. Through my experience with the Tennis Association in the Pacific Northwest, there are public facilities throughout the Northwest, Seattle, Portland, Tacoma, that actually raise money for their Parks and Rec departments. Now, my understanding is the model here is that hopefully a nonprofit would run this, which would make costs even lower. But tennis is such a popular sport that if you don't have to buy a $2,000 a year membership, you can become
Thank you
for the community. Any questions?
Yeah. Mr. Starr.
I have 2, and I'll stop there. The relationship that you described between, and I see Mr. Brewster in line as well, but the discussion was the ASD's request for court time at Alaska Club, ASD, and I guess you spoke to that at the work session we had on Friday where they give discounted court times. I had heard that the Alaska Club provides a $15 court rate per hour for an ASD program that's sanctioned or a tournament. Can you explain how that works?
Well, I don't know. I don't work for the school district, and I don't work for the Alaska Club.
I thought it was
heard that too.
At the work session, though.
I heard that. My understanding is the Alaska Club sells court time for the high school season and the region high school tournament.
I was mistaken. I thought you provided that information. I'll find out who else it was.
That was Robert Brewster who provided that information at the work session.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Carr. I'm a lifelong Anchorage individual. I grew up playing tennis here in Anchorage on the public courts, took lessons on the public courts, and actually my first real job in high school was teaching tennis on the public courts. I did that for 6 years to hundreds of kids and some adults that didn't like hearing how they don't have a good backhand from a teenager. But the point is that hundreds of people over the years I worked with. Now, I went away to college, I came back, I'm now a teacher with the Anchorage School District, and I have also coached tennis for the Anchorage School District for 11 years at Chugiak, West, and recently 8 years at East. I'm here to speak about my East players. We've had on average 35 to 40 kids a year. This year, out of the 35 kids that signed up to play tennis, unfortunately, 33 of them have to hang up their rackets this week because they don't have anywhere to play. 2 of them are able to play at the club. They're members, and that's a wonderful thing, and I encourage them to do so, and I love seeing them out there to play. But unfortunately, 33 out of my 35 players cannot play tennis again until the snow/sleet/cold goes away around June, which our school district calendar is even after sometimes we leave. It's unfortunate. It's sad to see as a coach. We have done things for the youth. I've worked with the Quick Start program, obviously. I have children that play tennis. They find space when they're young. I have an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old that made my garage into a tennis court and damaged several things. They're getting bigger. They want to play on a tennis court, and I would love to see them do that in a public facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dembowski?
Sir, I'm over here. The other way. There you go.
I just had to scroll.
You had 35 students on your team. How many students are at East?
That's the East High tennis team. Oh, how many students are at East? I would love to tell you that, but it is a fluctuating population at East. Roughly 2,200 people. It's the largest school in the state of Alaska.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's my coach from East High.
Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for letting me talk tonight. This is my first time talking at an assembly. So my name is Ellen Rumley. I'm a senior at East High School, and I've been playing, this is my 4th year playing. And I'm an active member of the tennis community in Anchorage. And I'm here tonight to represent East High's tennis team as well as the other tennis teams around the school district. Last week we had regions, which is basically where people, like all our tennis teams from around the district, gather around to have a tournament. And the winners this round spent a lot of time and dedication and is really well deserved. However, it is noticeable that the majority of these winners were actually members of the Alaska Club. The fact is this, so as we all know, in Alaska, our winter's very long. We have about 7 months of snow in which we can't play outside. And during this time, the only indoor facilities we have is at the Alaska Club for the indoor tennis courts. And there aren't any out, we can't go play because of the snow. So those that aren't members are at a severe disadvantage. The majority of players' families aren't really in the position either financially or they just don't desire membership. They likely don't want to pay for monthly bills merely for their children to play a couple hours a week on tennis courts, unless their whole family is like a really active, they have an active lifestyle and they intend to actually use the gyms as well as the tennis courts. It's not really worth spending that much money for courts. Because of this, many people don't have a chance to play during the winter. And I like to see tennis as not an elite sport, as it's seemingly becoming, but one that which everyone can participate in. In my East High tennis team, as Coach Carr said, out of 35 people, there's about 2 of us who can actually play during the winter. It's really frustrating when the team comes back the following year without any of the skills they developed in the prior season. And that's all because they didn't play during the winter. They simply couldn't. YMCA and other buildings provide public access to basketball courts, pools, and other sports necessities. So why then can't we have a public indoor facility for tennis? I believe that with the facility, we can promote fitness, provide resources to improve skills for the community that I believe holds a lot of potential. And ultimately, I'd appreciate your understanding in helping us to build a public indoor facility for the whole community of Anchorage. So thank you for listening.
Give our clerk a chance to read the names.
Arnando Hernandez. Are you Robert Brewster?
I am.
Okay, next will be Patrick Rumley, Peter Long, Nancy Sheets, Ray Miller, and Gloria Manning.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
I'm sorry for not being the next one in line, but nobody else came up here. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address this forum. It is an awkward position to be in at best. I am obviously public enemy number 1 at this meeting, and I find that to be very difficult to understand. I think that the tennis community is wonderful and has been a fantastic part of our club for many, many years, and so it's distressing to hear us referred to in this fashion. And initially, my comments were going to be extremely brief and really just present myself as an individual that might be able to answer some questions. I've been operating fitness facilities for 30 years in the city of Anchorage, and I've gained, fortunately, a lot of knowledge during that time frame. But there's been some very difficult things to listen to here. we are very interested in cooperating with the ATA and the tennis community, since that is very important for our business. And when they're successful, obviously it's successful for us. And I've had to sit here and listen to commentary from one person who said that they had a hard time reaching the anybody at the club, and they're my neighbor. So it was strange, to say the least. They have my cell phone number, and I would be happy to take their call anytime. And Mr. Kohlhaas, who I think is doing an excellent job as the head of the ATA. And I was just reviewing an email on my phone where he said, thank goodness for the Alaska Club. And so I think you should take this with in the spirit in which it's intended. We would love to cooperate to the greatest degree possible with the ATA. And tennis is a great sport, and it's a great opportunity for people to have a lifetime of activity. And many of the people here are demonstrating that lifestyle. But this is not really a referendum on whether tennis is important or tennis is good for the community. The question is whether this particular facility is necessary. And it should not be a surprise to any of the people here who I think are very intelligent, I know many of them, that we would be concerned when our current resource is being utilized only a quarter of the time, and we have very definitive statistics on that. And there doesn't seem to be any reason that there is going to be a sudden flood of additional people playing tennis. To that note, I'm glad that the gentleman mentioned.
Thank you. We've got a number of questions for you. Okay. And again, I want to urge my fellow assembly members very specific, direct questions. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Brewster, over here on this end, what do you charge for doubles per hour? Because I'm looking at the mayor's cheat sheet he passed out. It said they'd be charging $32 an hour at this recreation center. So what do doubles cost at your?
Well, we don't charge extra for additional play. We are on a all-inclusive basis. So once you buy a membership and you pay for that, you would have the opportunity to play on an unlimited basis. But for example, you can join for as little as $88 a month if you're a young person, which is basically the cost of 3 court hours at the proposed facility. Or a family of 4 can play for $168 a month.
So they have to be a member to play at your facility?
Unless you're coming as a guest, it would be $15.
How much do you charge the guest then?
$15.
How much?
15.
15, okay. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Johnston?
Just to follow up on that, so have you considered having a tennis membership? I know that you have various memberships. I understand, I haven't looked at it for a while, but where you can use your facilities for working out, or you have ones with a pool, or ones with tennis. And you said $88 for a youth, and that is all inclusive with tennis.
That's correct.
But have you thought of having just for tennis players only?
We could. We could have a membership, but it would be a name only. The reason for that is that currently there are 2 major pricing models in the industry. One where you pay a base fee, and that's usually somewhere in the neighborhood of $70 or $80 a month, and then you pay to play each time. And for any kind of a regular player, the memberships are much more expensive. In fact, although people feel that the membership is expensive, it is less than, and we can clearly demonstrate that it's less than most other private clubs across the country.
And have you considered not, because with you're having a 25% usage at this time, have you considered having renting the courts out on an hourly basis?
We absolutely would consider that. In the 25 years that I've been in charge of our tennis facilities, I've only had 2 meetings with the ATA, and I would welcome any kind of dialogue that would increase the number of people playing tennis, because we currently have a significant deficit of revenue related to a lack of use.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Some of the questions I had earlier are there. Just to clarify, the Alaska Club North, I guess that's the old Anchorage Racket and Fitness Center or something, is that building currently for sale?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So there's not under any contract or sale at this moment?
No.
Okay. And then also you have some other facilities at the East Anchorage Court?
That is correct.
With the potential room for expansion there?
Correct.
Okay. and I think all the other questions I had were answered. Is there and I think part of it was what she was getting on was either racket club fee only or tennis membership, and you're saying that it would be along the line of membership anyway, so there should be a flat fee and then perhaps a per time usage each time they use a court?
That would be a different pricing model that we could explore. We would be willing to look at that. I'm not sure if I understand your question, though.
So right now, if you pay, what's a normal club with the full meal deal, everything where you can use a racket club? $120 a month?
$120 for a
so if you
single
had just
person.
strictly a racket fitness club only, not using any of the other courts, just the racket area, would you still have some sort of a monthly fee, then a per fee usage on each time they come before the court?
Yes, if you were going to lower that. It's difficult for us to separate. Basically, tennis actually gets a very good deal because in most private tennis clubs, all they have access to is the tennis courts for a little bit more than what we're charging. But in our case, because it's almost impossible for us to police what people do when they come within the club, and to add additional value, we throw it in. But if you compare our rates with private clubs that don't have any of those facilities, it's slightly less, especially if you're a regular player.
Thank you.
It could be less if you're not going to play at all, or very little.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of more questions, but I do want to make a point. I've got individuals making sidebar conversations here, and we're not going to tolerate that. We will be respectful of whoever's standing at this podium. Thank you. Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brewster, I have made no secret of the fact that I'm concerned not only about the process and the priority of government spending, but about the financial modeling that the administration has put forward. And I've questioned that. Can you speak to me a little bit about usage rate and their comparison to the Northwest model? What do you see? You're in the tennis industry here in Anchorage, and I recognize you're in the private sector. But do I have valid concerns in that regard? Can you just talk to me about what you think?
Well, obviously, many people will assume that any comments that I make are related to concern for our business, and there is a certain amount of truth to that, but I'd be happy to demonstrate clearly any of the facts that I'm communicating here. If there is a limited resource of tennis players, and there are some very fervent tennis players, and every single tennis player is great, but if there are a limited number and we now have a public tennis facility and we maintain a degree of tennis within our private club, we're going to be competing for that resource. I'm on the board of directors of the International Health and Racket Sports Association, and I see this playing itself out across the country where there's a limited resource, public entities and private entities compete for that resource, and they're both losers. And both the cost structure that was demonstrated in the work session the other day, as well as the projected revenues, are not accurate, in my opinion. And I think it's going to result in a significant deficit to the Parks and Recreation Department, which other user groups will have to take up.
And I don't think I was really clear in my question, but let me go back to it. So the projection in the financial model was a 30% usage rate. And what I heard you say as far as your club membership, if you assumed everybody who came in during a certain set of time when the courts were open were going to that tennis facility, your usage rate was what?
What do we think they're paying?
No. Your usage, your percentage of people coming in.
24.1% of the utilization of the existing resource.
That's what I was asking.
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking about dollars and cents.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Birch.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for attending the work session last week. I guess the one thing I would have a question about would be, is it really a zero-sum game? I mean, I think it's growing, and I know the analogy, I spent 10 years with Hilltop Ski Area, and you'd think that would be a competitor for Alyeska. Alyeska loved it because you're getting kids started, and they're progressing, and they're doing outdoor sports, and they're getting engaged, and they actually progress. They get tired of 400 feet of vertical ski hill, and they want to go to a bigger hill. Wouldn't a public facility actually enhance perhaps even your marketability and put additional people and additional kids and just additional interest in your resources?
There's certainly going to be some amount of that. What other clubs have seen across the country is that people would prefer to have their tennis subsidized by the city, and they tend not to maintain their memberships in private clubs.
Okay. And just as a follow-up, is the Alaska Club, and you don't need to answer this if it's a business decision you don't care to share, but are you looking at divesting of the Alaska Club, obviously with the only tennis facilities in town? Is there a movement afoot to basically shut those down or close them in?
We would have to wait and see what happens with our revenue model. One of the things that's been mentioned here is that we were planning to close the north facility, and that would decrease the amount of tennis that was available. But I also stood before this assembly 2 years ago and got a variance to add 3 additional courts at the east site. So we would have moved from 9 to 7, which would have made it a more cost-efficient and, in the end, better for the tennis community. But that's a fact that keeps getting lost here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, and thank you very much for letting us take a few moments to talk to you tonight. My name is Patrick Rumley. I'm a member of the Alaska Club. I've played tennis for quite a few years now and enjoy it very much. But it's something that I've really come to later in age, in the last 15 or 20 years. There is undoubtedly a need for new facilities in this town, new tennis facilities in particular, but a need for sports facilities of all kinds. There are hundreds of active tennis players, including many school-aged children, as has been shown tonight. But whole segments of the population have absolutely no access to tennis during the winter months, as is amply demonstrated by much of the testimony. Tennis is growing in popularity nationwide. Cities across the country have built wonderful public facilities, with so many of our youth glued to video screens, offering another vehicle for regular physical activity, especially during winter, is a matter of good public health. Citing the facility, by the way, in the Turnagain area is appropriate because of its proximate central location to all areas of town. And I think something that's been missed in the prior statement of the prior speaker, I think was an excellent point that Assemblyman Birch made about the zero-sum game nature of his commentary. He kept talking about his existing membership and this pool, this sort of subset of potential players who would be members of his club. Well, this is not about his club. This is not about the members who can afford to pay membership in his club. This is about those who will not play tennis, cannot play tennis, not because they don't want to, but because they can't afford to during winter months. With funding already in place for construction, it seems that the primary concern remains the cost of ongoing maintenance. Tennis courts are not a particularly high-maintenance item. In fact, members of the local tennis community routinely assist with maintenance of the downtown outdoor courts. Also, I believe there could be a private-public partnership to help cover a significant portion of the annual maintenance expense. As I understand, the local community council has overwhelmingly supported the facility by a 24-25 to 1 vote. It defies explanation why the Assembly would choose to forego this funding of a proposed facility in light of the community need and support. Finally, the opposition of a private tennis club is by definition a statement of self-interest and a rather disingenuous effort to maintain what is actually a monopoly de facto over indoor tennis space. If tennis were truly an insignificant sport in this city, as the club has been quoted as saying, that club would not be running full-page ads in opposition to construction of additional indoor courts. I urge you to support indoor tennis facilities in Turnagain.
Thank you. There are no questions. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some testimony. My name is Peter Lang. I'm an Alaskan citizen. I was born here. When I grew up, and I learned to ski up in Arctic, and I learned how to hit the tennis balls off the ice skating rinks, which, we had to chip ice back in Mulcahy and whatnot to get to the lower court surfaces. That allowed me to have decades-long door opening while I was over in Europe and other parts of the States. Now, my qualifications are as following. I have 3 certifications, one with the United States Tennis Professional Associations, USDPA, PTR, and also with the German Tennis Federation. And I am also an employee with the Alaska Club, so I have skin in the game. My skin is such, my testimony can probably terminate my employment, but that's all legit. What I want to say is that I believe in the aspect of synergy and continuity and transparency, and that's when I wrote in the letter to the editor, I asked that this not become a tempest in a teacup, which it has yet become in full magnitude. And I asked that you accept Proposition H, version 14H, even though there are some elements that may be strange, disingenuous, or weird as to how the things got manifest, the core of it, I think, is good. And I think in all of the years, which, you know, having returned back from Germany in 2005, and just recently, 2 weeks ago, gone back from recertification in German Tennis Federation, spoke with other tennis trainers across Europe as to see what's happening. We need to provide continuity. Otherwise, when you have these long pauses, the kids go off into La La Land doing the very passive modes of whatever they use to entertain themselves, and they won't become as good over the years. I had a cross-country ski in the 70s over before the North Club was built to the F-16 hangars because I was permitted to play with the Air Force team. And if I had trained all the way through, I might have become a little bit better than I am. But anyway, neither here nor there, my aspect that I would like to bring to the Assembly is following. Has the exploration by the Alaska Club for the true synergistic aspect truly been approached from a neutral position? As I was a labor economist of the state of Alaska, we had one joke among ourselves. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. And if you take a subset sampling out of all the clubs that may or may not have, you know, private clubs in relation to their public facility engagements, what about looking at those clubs, private clubs, that have successfully partnered with public facilities? And to see where we can actually make this work. From Brewster's perspective, that it be a money-losing proposition, I disagree with that. The last week, and to say basically, if you go back even a year further, I have seen that the information and disinformation that has been shared clouds the issues that we really need to make this thing work. And with that, no further ado, I open up for questions.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Nancy Sheets-Freimiller, and I'm coming from a place of being a tennis parent who was fortunate to be able to support a daughter that ended up playing college tennis and have an opportunity because of that. I am also a lifelong tennis player. I am also someone whose professional career has been devoted to the human services in Anchorage, where I have seen those least fortunate want access and opportunity to make their lives better. I am of support of the position that public and private can sustain itself in tennis together. I truly support Representative Birch's position in the sense that this is about access and opportunity. And with all due respect to Mr. Brewster, I would like you to see their marketing budget and the percentage of their marketing budget over these last 20 years that has been devoted to growing tennis and bringing new people into the sport. I think they have had other priorities because of their own business decisions, and that's the way it is. If we have a combination of a public facility and a private facility, we can afford to work together to grow the sport. That's what we're about here, is growing the sport with access and opportunity. I saw a single mother with MS have a young tennis player who she sacrificed everything for that tennis player. I saw her get a college scholarship from Anchorage, growing up in Anchorage, and that enabled her to go to college. Otherwise, she would not have been able to go to college. I have many stories that way because that's where my background is from, and I watched for that in the tennis community. I feel for young families who have young people who are interested, I learned on public courts, and I just want to make sure you understand the role of public courts in access to the sport. And that's all I have to say. I believe this can work. I believe it can work together. I believe we can grow the sport together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to extend public testimony for an hour. Well, I'm sorry, just extend public testimony. We have to do it. We can only have up to.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Any objection? Very well. You want to read the list?
Point of clarity, I thought it was debate that was limited to a time.
Is it?
Thank you.
Clerk's mistake.
Well, thank you, Ms. Jones, for making me look.
Would you like to read your list?
Better safe than sorry.
We're going to keep her anyway.
After Gloria Manny, Kathy Gleason, Ryan Casey, and Tom or Thomas Hanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Manny. I'm a resident of the Turnagain area. I'm part of the Turnagain and attend the Turnagain Community Council, and I'm part of the Turnagain Community Council Committee for the Indoor Tennis Committee. So I'm here to tell you that indeed I support the tennis facility. But I had to say also at the same time, and all the administrators are living, so are concerned about how the project is structured. Plus, I live in the area, and I'm very familiar with the traffic problem that we have with the parking at the facilities. So all what I'm asking of you is that the money for the indoor tennis facility, or whatever it's called, the Northern Lights Center, be set aside for a while until all the issues pertinent to it are resolved. And last Friday, I was present at the work session of the Assembly, and there were many questions asked. And I think that we shouldn't run out immediately with the request for proposal until we get a budget defined to know if this is going to cost the city a lot of money or if it is affordable. If the Attorney General opinion not available and the issues about the traffic are resolved, because that is one of my great concerns. And another is that I really would appreciate if certainly the community would like to have it in the west side of Anchorage, and no objection to it, but could we please look for another location, because that is very tight fitting. If you build a facility there, will somehow will actually create the problem, and this has been discussed at the various committees, that scheduling will be necessary for any special events. We have the West High nearby with the 2,500-seat stadium being built. There is other events. There is the hockey, very popular, and the tennis, which are going to have even the university and school events. And the traffic is a nightmare. So before we barrel through it, the project was brought up as under one aspect at the ATA project in February. There was supposed to be some private funding coming to it. Then it came back in April, already budgeted, and now we have requests for proposal. I wish they would come and fix my intersection as fast as this. But so please, let's take our time, and I'd like to search for alternatives. Just a few months, I think, would be enough, but we need to be prudent. You're spending public money. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask that when you're called, please get into the queue so we can move quickly. I'd also invite those of you standing. There are a lot of seats up front here. Please come and join us and be comfortable. It's going to be a long evening.
Chair and members of the Assembly, thank you. Kathy Gleason, I'm current president of Turnagain Community Council. And I know that I only have 3 minutes and could talk quite a bit longer on this. so I'll try and talk as fast as I can. The brief history as far as the community council interaction with this proposed project was ATA came to our council meeting in February and made a very good pitch about how important tennis is to this community. And they said that they were applying for legislative funding. They were going to develop it and then turn it over to the city for operations. And they were looking at about $7.2 million from the legislature. The rest was going to come from private entities and foundation grants and so forth. We did pass kind of a non-committal, very vague resolution at that point that we initially conceptually supported the idea of an indoor tennis court facility somewhere in West Anchorage. Then the project, however, at that meeting, there were regular council attendees who expressed quite a bit of concern with regard to the location at Dempsey, which is what we were told was being proposed, and including traffic and parking, and I'll get into that later on. As word got out about this facility, as president, I did get phone calls and emails from other Turnagain residents. And by the way, when we talk about TCC, every resident and property owner in Turnagain is considered a member of TCC. So I heard from other members who weren't at the February meeting, again, about concerns. A few people also contacted me and wanted to express their support. Jump forward to June. We didn't know what was going on down in Juneau and funding, but the mayor attended our June council meeting and gave us an update. And at that point and time, when we heard that funding was actually received by the municipality and they were going to develop the project, but there were still issues and concerns outstanding, I formed a committee, passed around a sign-up sheet, and we've been meeting since summer. In September of this year, last month, we did pass a second resolution after the committee came up with an initial set of RFP-related recommendations, which you'll see on the resolution that you have copies of. A lot of tennis supporters from Turnagain turned out to our meeting that don't normally come. I wish they would come on a regular basis. And that certainly explains why there's a vote of 25-1. They really wanted to support that project.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Sorry, Kathy, how many people make up your community council? 15 or 10,000? Because you say you represent all the residents.
Yeah, I've heard, I think 6,000 to 10,000, somewhere in there.
And you had 26 there?
I'm sorry, what?
You had 26 at the community council meeting?
Well, we had more attendees than that, but the vote, the people who chose to vote on that particular agenda item, it came out to 26 people voting on that item. We had more there that chose not to vote for whatever reason.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you.
Gosh, I'd like to.
3 minutes goes really fast.
Well, it does. If I may, Chair, I will email all of you the list of the rest of my testimony. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Casey. I'm currently a sophomore on Eagle River's tennis team. I don't have much to say. I just want to let you guys know that I deeply enjoy tennis, so I know that the rest of my peers do too. The Alaska clubs, they're not the most affordable, so with the addition of a new tennis facility, it definitely gives out more opportunities for kids who are less fortunate and who can't pay for that kind of stuff. And I definitely see this benefiting the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Tom Hanks, Serena Clendaniel, Tiana Baker, Catherine Adams.
Hi, I'm Zarina Clendaniel. Public indoor tennis courts are exactly what our city needs. My family and I immigrated to Anchorage from Vietnam. We first lived on the east side of town in public assistant housing. I attended Airport Heights for grades K through 5. I remember having to walk through the Penland Park trailer courts to go grocery shopping at Cars in the Northway Mall. I remember having to walk to the laundromat. A typical day during the school year would be wake up, walk to school, go to school, and walk back home. We did not have any extra money for any activities. My family could not afford it. Eventually, my parents saved enough money to buy a zero-lot line house on the west side of town. My parents continue to live in that house today. I didn't have many opportunities growing up. My parents were working so that they would have food on the table. My first exposure to a recreational activity was at the Y. I was finally able to take swimming lessons because they were affordable. They were reasonably priced for my family. Before starting high school, a couple of friends and I picked up some tennis rackets from the garage, a couple of tennis balls, and biked across Northern Lights to the closest tennis courts to play tennis. I have not set my racket down since. I played high school tennis for 4 years at West. When the tennis season would end in October, I did not pick up my racket until the following summer. My family could not afford a membership to play tennis at the Alaska Club. It was not affordable. Having a public tennis facility would have been great for someone like me. It would be affordable. I could have saved money I earned from babysitting and delivering the newspaper to go play tennis. I definitely wish I had the opportunity to play more tennis growing up, but I didn't. Public and private facilities have been really successful in the Seattle and Portland areas. They can be successful in Anchorage as well. Today, I'm fortunate that I can afford the family tennis membership at the Alaska Club. Currently, a family tennis membership costs $168 a month, over $2,000 a year. For those of you wondering, it just increased this month again. There are a lot of people in this community who cannot afford a membership to a private club. Let's give the children and adults in this community the opportunity to participate in a sport of a lifetime. The Alaska Club is not interested in running low-cost tennis programs. The Alaska Club is trying to please their New York investors, Lincolnshire Management. In fact, Mr. Robert Brewster is paid to be here tonight. He is protecting his monopoly and profit margin. The rest of us are here as volunteers advocating to make tennis accessible to all families. The Alaska Club could care less about making tennis affordable for the citizens of Anchorage. Hockey, skiing, soccer, basketball, baseball, and football all have public and or nonprofit option. Tennis needs the same. I hope you support the indoor public tennis facility.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're really trying to support, but what happens is we have that going on, we get names called that aren't heard due to the applause. The clerk called the name of Tom Hanks. I don't know if you heard your name called or not, but thank you. No questions. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tyna Baker, and I'm a player at South Anchorage High School. I'm just going to come right out and say it. If the North Club is sold like it is planned to right now, high school tennis will be severely reduced because most of our matches after summer and it gets too cold to play outside are in the North Club. They're also in the East Club, but there are less courts in the East Club. So really, the facilities that we're proposing right now will open up high school tennis. And if we don't have these facilities, high school tennis will basically stop because the state tournament for all of Alaska happens at the North Club, which is over 50% of the indoor tennis courts right now in Anchorage. So if we don't have this facility, we will not have high school tennis as a sport in our high schools for the entire state because it all ripples effects back to the city of Anchorage to have these facilities. So as a part of a member of the city of Anchorage, I challenge you to make the city even better than it is, to have a facility that everyone can use at a low cost and to have tournaments there that you don't need a membership for at a private club as a business, but as a facility that everyone can use, everyone who is playing tennis and anyone who wants to play tennis, they can use it. And a facility for tennis will make our city that much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you're next. Barb, you want to read the next name?
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Catherine Adams. I support tennis, but I must say that in this particular instance, I have a problem with the process. Therefore, I support the I, not the H, because access and opportunity as one of the tennis supporters mentioned, comes into play here. If the money is put into a Project 80s funding but doesn't go to Project 80s, that limits the access and opportunity for taking care of those projects. I'm not a member of the Alaska Club. I've never played tennis. I would be happy to work with the tennis community to look for alternatives. But in this instance, I think the process of funding is flawed, and I don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom or Thomas Hanks, Diana Garrett, Deborah Randall, Jack Lewis, Whitney Williams.
Mr. Chairman, can I go? Thank you.
Please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jack Lewis. I'm a 30-year businessman here in town. And I did tennis with my family the hard way. Both my kids play NCAA tennis now at prestigious schools in Lower 48, but it was not an easy ride. Okay, you're talking about courts that you have to have at least a reasonable period of time to be playing on them. So the numbers are a little deceiving. If you say usage 21%, well, opens up at 5 in the morning. Well, I was one of the families that was down there at 6 in the morning. And I've been an Alaska Club member forever, and I love the club. And I don't have a bad thing to say about it. They've been wonderful. But there's private industry and there's sports. You know, it is a tough thing to mix. You know, I don't know how you, as a businessman, I don't know how I would do it. Okay, sports needs to be separated out from private industry. Or I'm telling you, there wouldn't be pools, there wouldn't be a football field, there wouldn't be anything. These kids would be left with nothing to do. I left Miami, Florida 35 years ago. We have winter up here, if anybody hasn't noticed. Okay? Tennis is an incredible game that builds character, but it's a game that has to be taught. Okay? It's repetition, like most sports. Okay? So they need places to play. If you don't have places to play, they're not going to get good at it. Okay? They won't have the opportunities. On top of that, my kids lacked other kids to play. It was horrible. Even when I got them to certain levels, there was no competition. So they sat there and I'd say, well, who are you calling today? Well, there's nobody. They can barely hit the ball back. Well, I'm at a different level. They don't call each other sometimes. They're at too many different levels. But if you start them with all the wonderful programs that we've got with the mini courts and the new balls and the new equipment, the whole game has changed. The whole game has changed. The rackets have changed. The nets have changed. But the passion is still there for the game. But if kids don't have a place to play, they will not develop. And if you allow private enterprise to run our public recreation and don't have public facilities for kids, it's a bad road to go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will point out to the body, Mr. Lewis didn't run out of time. We just didn't reset the clock, and the other lady was really quick. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I believe that one of the concerns I've heard here tonight from the Assembly members is the fact that there is not enough people in this community that play tennis to warrant a public facility. And I think what you're seeing here, I'm a tennis player, but I'm an amateur tennis player. I come from a family of athletes. My father played tennis. My brothers played tennis. My sisters played tennis in high school. My kids played tennis in high school. So there's a lot of family tennis players. I have two nieces now that are 9 and 10 that played tennis all summer with their nephew, who is teaching tennis out in the Turnagain area. What I'm trying to say here is that we are a community that we are endorsing the concept of run, jump, play. It's what we're preaching to all of our kids. We want to get them outside. We want to get them doing things. As pointed out, it's great in the summertime. We have outdoor tennis courts. We have tennis courts in all the high schools. It's fabulous. There are kids that are playing tennis. You guys need to go out and see that. There are kids out there playing. But when the wintertime comes, there is no place for them to play except for the Alaska Club. The Alaska Club is a private club. And I believe it's also been said here tonight that, of course, Robert Brewster has an interest in that Alaska Club. He can't help it. That's his business. But let's be truthful here. It's a private club. I'm not a member of Alaska Club because I can't afford it. I would love to be a member of the Alaska Club and play tennis on their courts. I would make their percentages go up. So what I'd like to say is this is a community that endorses physical activity, and tennis is a great sport. There is a great community of tennis players here. I think building this public court is going to make the tennis increase. I think it will benefit the Alaska Club. I think you guys, all of you just need to go out there and see all of these kids that are playing this sport. It's not just, as you said, 32 kids at East High School. It's 32 kids at West. It's 32 kids at Eagle River. There's a whole community of tennis players here that would take advantage of this. Thank you.
May I get your name for the record?
Oh, excuse me, Deborah Randall.
Thank you. Let us read the list of names.
Diana Garrett, Whitney Williams, Robert Jordan, Ginger Spoor.
Thank you. Your turn.
Hi, my name is Whitney Williams. I'm a senior at South Anchorage High School, and I'm in favor of 14H. I think it's time everyone in Alaska to have an opportunity to play tennis because a lot of families can't afford it. And I teach tennis as well. I'm an employee of the Alaska Club. And the people that I teach in the summer usually only come in the summer because that's the only time they can afford it, and they don't usually have to go through Alaska Club prices. For a private lesson for me is $50, and I only see $20 of that because Alaska takes the rest of it. And to be honest, $50 isn't worth it. I would pay about $30. $30 is good for someone who knows what they're talking about. And if you take away tennis, you'll be destroying a community and the opportunity for higher education through athletic scholarships. Also, if you were to allow us to have this public indoor facility for 6 courts, UAA would have the option to have a collegiate tennis team. So that's even more benefit to this. Also, if you let us have this tennis facility, tennis will continue to grow because obviously you won't have to pay that much for it through the Alaska Club. And there's only about 3 people or 4 people here that aren't for it. And Mr. Brewster is one of them, and he's a businessman who's just looking out for the Alaska Club and what money is coming in for that. And the majority of us here are just looking to grow tennis. And I started playing tennis when I was 4, and I learned more about myself through this sport than almost anything else. And I think a lot of other people could too. And I think you as an assembly have the responsibility to give the tennis players the same opportunity as other sports for having this public facility. And I think it would make obviously a lot of people happy and obviously grow the sport even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn? Just a moment. Mr. Flynn has a question for you.
Right here.
Hi.
I hear you say you play high school tennis.
Mm-hmm.
And so did you participate in the tournament last weekend?
Yes.
How'd you do?
I won.
Mr. Flynn, was that a softball?
Just thought I'd read something in the paper this weekend. Anyway, congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. My name is Robert Jordan. I've played tennis for 40 years, more than 40 years of my life. I did learn tennis as a teenager. I played competitively most of that time. I was fortunate to live in the South where I could play outdoors year-round, but at public facilities. I moved to Anchorage 7 years ago, and I was very surprised to be told that tennis was a winter sport up here. Apparently in the summer, as I have found out, there's lots of other things to do in a very short amount of time. Fishing, hunting, camping, going outside to visit relatives. So to be competitive, you have to play indoors in Anchorage, Alaska. I didn't feel that I was ready to pay the fees then, and so I only played in the summer. I would enter the tournaments. I played at the Park Strip courts, and I did okay, but I did not play from basically end of September until May or June. My tennis game suffered. It's hard to maintain one's tennis skills only through mental processes, as I found out. So after 5 years, I finally gave in to my competitive urges and joined the club. Now, I do notice, as Mr. Brewster said, that he felt that he was a target here. I don't wish to do that. I think the Alaska Club is a wonderful thing. I am a member now. It does cost $120 a month for a single membership. I'm sure everybody on the Assembly is able to afford a membership to pursue whatever their own interests are. I am able to. My wife kind of disagrees, and that's why I have a single membership and not a family membership. She doesn't think it's worth spending the money. We've heard testimony from Mr. Brewster that's $160 for a family of 4. That's a month. We're not here to argue whether the Alaska Club is good or not, or whether this facility is good or not. The Alaska Club is good. The Alaska Club will continue to exist with membership. Most of the people here who play competitively will probably still retain memberships in the Alaska Club. What I see as the real interest is the people who cannot afford it, young kids, young families, young adults who need a place to play in the wintertime. They can play 4 or 5 months at best, and then they're done. And we have other public facilities to support all the other sports. We don't have anything to support tennis other than in the summer, and the Alaska Tennis Association, which I did donate it to, repaired the courts at the park strip.
Thank you. There are no questions.
After Ginger's 4, John Falconer, Gary Cox, Marianne Hoke, and Stephanie Williams.
And also, I just remind you that we do have sign-ups for testimony for the tennis this evening. So if you're here to testify on the tennis, please sign up. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Virginia Spohr, and I am a member of the Alaska Club, and it is expensive. And I learned how to play tennis as a youngster on public courts, and I would hope that all the youngsters and people that can't afford Alaska Club membership get the same opportunities that I did on a public court. So I urge you to support public courts.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Gary Cox. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, born in Anchorage. I think we've done a real good job of making Anchorage a nice city, but I don't think we've kept up in the tennis department, so I would speak in support of 14H. I understand people's concerns with how things were done. I can't answer those questions. I'm a PE teacher and a coach and have been for many years, so I can only say I think it would be very foolish to turn down the $10 million that the Alaska Tennis Association worked very hard to get. You can see the children and the people that need the facility. John Kennedy a long time ago said, and I know there's not Republicans or Democrats sitting out here, but there are conservatives and liberals. Anyway, President Kennedy once said, there's not the Republican answer to the problem and there's not the Democratic answer to the problem. There's a patriotic answer to the problem. There's a right thing to do, and there is a responsibility to the future. So I would ask you to do the right thing. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marianne Hoke. Not Hokie, but Hoke. I am born and raised here in Alaska, in Anchorage, and I just want to share my little story. I grew up playing with my father. He was in his 80s, playing with me growing up, and we weren't aware of any places where I could play tennis until I started playing at East High School. And the tennis, after regions, and I got my butt kicked by someone that was really good, Kathy Tracy. She was a tennis pro at the Alaska Club, pulled me aside and said, you need to come take lessons because you're fast at running around the court. So she took me aside, and my parents thankfully had the money to support me to take these lessons throughout the year. 4 years later, I had continued playing tennis all winter, all summer. And I would like to do the same, but I can't afford, or I wouldn't say I can't afford, but I don't have an Alaska Club membership, but I would like to take, young girls and say, hey, let's go hit, and just continue to hit with them all winter long. It would be nice to have that opportunity to support these girls and let them know that if they are continuing to play all winter long, that they do have that opportunity to receive scholarship. My senior year, I had 2 phone calls, 2 scholarships, tennis scholarships, and a bunch of soccer scholarships. But I pursued the soccer, but the tennis scholarships were there. And all it took was someone in the community taking me aside and said, hey, you should take lessons. And if we had a tennis public facility, I think that there would be many, many other volunteer people in our community that would like to do the same. I also coached at West High School, JV, and we had about almost 50 players. So the only thing I could tell them was continue playing all winter long, go to the Alaska Club. So I would like to be able to say something else to them. That's it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is John Falconer. I grew up here in Anchorage, went to College Gate Elementary back behind the North Club. Also Chinook Elementary, went to Diamond High School with a few of the sons and daughters of you folks. And we had this, I happened to play on the team at Diamond High School. We had this practice that I called socks over rackets. And if you remember back in the 80s, it was kind of a dynasty. Diamond won, 12, 14 state championships. Really the key was taking a tube sock, cutting the tip off, and sticking the racket down into the tube sock so we could play when it was 32, 34 degrees out there. That wasn't anything I really wanted my children to do as they attended West High School. In addition to that, we did have to pull out the chisels and work on the ice for a month. So it gave us more time on the courts. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of work. But I think beyond that, just to elevate the discourse a little bit, I'd like to ask that we think of it not so much about a tennis facility, but as about providing a space for our children, for our youth, to interact in a positive and a constructive environment, one that's safe, when it brings them out of the shells that they're in this day of social media and computers and gaming. And my hope is that we can kind of take it out of the discussion of the profit model of what the Alaska Club has to really view as its reality. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you.
After Stephanie Williams, Bryce Foster, Dina Mitchell, Lee Philippi, and Brendan Hayhurst.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not a lifelong Alaskan. My name is Stephanie Williams, and I will have been in Anchorage 4 years in December. And it has become a place that I love, and I have family here, a tennis family. I have a gold tennis membership at the Alaska Club. I run the tournaments at the Alaska Club. I'm assistant coach at South High School with tennis, and I'm on the Alaska Tennis Association board. So I have a lot invested in the tennis community. I'm not against the Alaska Club. Most recently, I spoke with Mr. Brewster. I work with a Rivals Destination out of Houston that helps people who are relocating to this area. And the Alaska Club is one of the first places that I bring people because I know how important it is to become involved in the community and to have a place to go during the wintertime, and the Alaska Club has done that for myself and my family. So this is not about being against the Alaska Club. This is about providing public tennis indoor facilities for people who are not as fortunate as my family and other families in the community. We want to reach out to those 350 plus children that we taught this summer at the Park Strip who cannot afford a membership, who maybe can't afford to play once a week. That is what we are looking at. Tennis is a growing sport. The Sport Goods Manufacturer Association has been tracking participation trends for all sporting activities for decades. In their 2011 reported documentation, tennis participation was up 45.6% over a 10-year period, which makes it the fastest growing traditional sport in the country, including soccer, baseball, basketball, and yes, even football. The Pacific Northwest United States Tennis Association statistics suggest that roughly 11,000 recreational tennis players are in the city of Anchorage. That's a big number. Anchorage in the state of Alaska is the only state in the Pacific Northwest that does not provide a public tennis indoor facility. I don't understand the inner workings of government, but I do understand that the Lincoln Investment Company in New York does not care about the citizens of Anchorage. They care about the bottom line for the Alaska Club. We don't have the luxury of waiting 5 years to see if that will completely kill tennis. We need to act now. The Assembly has to choose between opening access to low-income children or defending the Alaska Club monopoly. It is your choice, and I urge you to make the right decision tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Hi, thanks for testifying. One of the things we learned at the work session on Friday was that there is a proposed endowment. Has the mayor talked to the ATA group about requirements for an endowment for operating expense?
In regards from the Alaska Tennis Association with our fundraising outside of what's been allotted from us from the state?
I don't know what he's proposed. Can you tell me how he's approached the need for additional funds in reserve?
I know that we have written many grants to the United States Tennis Association, which is very invested in seeing what we can do in this area, being that our tennis has grown 500% with league tennis. So there are grants that are out there that are available for us. I know that we have approached the Rasmussen Foundation, and we're working with them in regard to funding. So there's a lot of money that's out there that people are willing to contribute to this facility because they believe so strongly in it.
How much was the target number?
For the Alaska Tennis Association?
Or just the endowment in general, to speak about that?
I'm not very clear of that. I know the Alaska Tennis Association is looking towards raising over $1.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No, there's...
Hello, my name is Bryce Foster, and I play for the South High team, tennis team. And we are quite a close-knit team. We strive for for integrity and good sportsmanship. And I know that many of the other high schools throughout Alaska strive for these same common goals. And there is already somewhat minimal amount of required physical required physical activities in our high schools today, and I know there's many kids out there who would enjoy going out and doing a sport such as tennis, and believe that that 14H and public tennis courts would give these children a good foot in the door to step into a sport such as tennis. It is very addicting, and I've been playing it for about 4 years now, and it's like I don't want to stop. It's been great so far, and let's see. I'd really appreciate it if this, if you would. If this would, if we could get a public facility, and it would, it's great for the children, and thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Hi there. My name is Dina Mitchell, and we have been in Anchorage for about 2.5 years. I just have some miscellaneous thoughts. There have been some excellent people talking. We just bought a house and I sent you all a letter. Hopefully you got it. We just bought a house in the Huntington Park area in July. And Mrs. Gleason, while the Turnagain Community Council meeting that I was at for tennis with my freshman at West was my first, I certainly plan to stay involved. We just bought our house. As you can tell, I'm a little nervous. So I have a freshman who plays tennis at West. That was the only sport she was interested. She had a great time. She told me excitedly at the end of the season, I got so much better, with about 3 practice of the week canceled because of the rain. I'm so excited about the idea of a tennis facility. We moved here from a town that has about 30,000 people outside of Chicago. It has a public tennis facility that's run by the Parks and Recreation Department. They have to lottery tennis time. I have no doubt that we will be in a similar situation here in Anchorage. 8 indoor courts, 25 outdoor courts, 2 private clubs. They all work together. It is not an us versus them situation. There are people who will play at the Anchorage Club, and I could talk about my experiences there, or the Alaska Club, and there are people who can't. And I guess I also am a little confused about the whole issue of an endowment. Are there endowments for the ice rinks? Is there an endowment for the football facility? I mean, I know that a tennis facility, you know, we've got the money. Hopefully we won't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I know you were not pleased with the process. I'm new to Alaska politics, but the money has been allocated. It's not going to go to Project 80 things if we don't use it for the tennis court. It's going to go back to Juneau. It's not like if we don't use it here, we can use it at the football stadium. At least that's my understanding. But are the ice rinks in town, do they have an endowment to pay for the Zamboni that has to run over it a couple times a day and for the repairs to the refrigeration stuff? I mean, once tennis courts are built, they last a long, long time. So I guess I'm confused about that whole thing. But again, I think there's a huge, I love playing tennis. I'm a very amateur player. I started playing when my son was 6 and I signed him up for lessons. And it's been great. It's social, it's athletic, it's you know, what everybody else has said. I've had 85-year-olds kick my butt. It's been just wonderful. So anyway, that's it. Sorry for the randomness, but anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Am I last, or do you have more names?
Good evening. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. So I don't play tennis. I do know there are no public indoor courts, that you can't play outdoors most of the year here, and that the only indoor courts are at the Alaska Club. Although I don't play tennis, my son does. He goes to Government Hill Elementary. He plays in the Quick Start program. His lessons are Wednesday nights in the gym and cafeteria at our local elementary school, and that works great for kids who are learning ball handling. He's not big enough to play tennis. You know, he's big enough to learn to use a racket. But for kids who are ready to use a court, there isn't anywhere you can play out of the summer unless your family can afford the Alaska Club. And I understand the frustrations with the process, but I really think it would be a waste to give these funds back. I would encourage you to accept these funds and to use them to build a public indoor tennis facility. There are other affordable rec options for kids. He played t-ball last summer and I had to coach. We do Munchkin Tuesday night races and so forth. But the key to keeping kids active is finding something that they love, something that clicks with them. You can't say to every kid, you should be a skier or you should run cross country in the fall or hockey is where it's at. For the kids that's the right thing to do, for kids who are better in an individual sport than in a team sport, for kids who don't want the physical aggression of a sport like hockey or soccer, which is what I played, tennis is a great sport. And the other great thing about tennis, which I love for my son, is that it can be a lifelong sport, that the skills and the fitness and the ability to be athletically engaged with his community are something that he can take from now until 80 years from now. And I understand the frustration with the process, but I don't want you to punish the children of Anchorage by depriving them of this opportunity because you're mad at the mayor or because you're confused about why the legislature appropriated funds this way rather than appropriating them in another manner. And I also want to say that I think some of the data that you've received from the Alaska Club is misleading. I heard Mr. Brewster say that the $88 individual fee would cover 3 hours of court time, and that's misleading because if you divide the cost of the court by the players who are playing on it, which is to say you're using a court and there's 4 people splitting the price because you're playing doubles, it does not mean that that everybody could play for 3 hours for the price you get at the Alaska Club. I understand they're trying to protect their monopoly. I understand they wish more people would pay more money, but the reality is not every family in Anchorage can afford that. And I think it's our responsibility as a group of people who want our kids to be healthy and happy and engaged citizens to allow them an opportunity to carry those sports and those skills into the winter, regardless of whether their families can afford $80 or $120 or $160 to play at the club.
Thank you.
After Brandon Hayhurst is Eli Neslin, Andrew Neslin, Bill Falconer, and Matt Hemry.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Hayhurst. I'm a South High tennis player. I've enjoyed playing tennis for about 3 years now through the South High tennis program. And many kids who play through the Alaska Tennis Association are too young to be able to play through the high school program, which is the only program I know that gives you free lessons, and not free, you have to pay at the start, but then you get a coach to teach you and you get to play matches. And so they can't afford the cost of a private tennis club because of their family. And I believe that the funding of indoor city tennis courts would greatly help these kids who want to play tennis during the winter but can't. Another point I'd like to make is that the weather up here can be great at times during the summer. You get a couple of weeks of nice sunshine, and then it gets really rainy. And example of this is that South, we had to cancel 5 or 6 of our first matches, and we had to replay them later in the tennis season. And this prevents families that like to go outside and enjoy the sunshine and play on the tennis courts while they can before the winter sets in with all the snow. And the indoor courts that aren't private would be able to help these families to afford the cost, or that can't afford the cost of the Alaska Club. They'd be able to play on those rainy days. The building of an indoor tennis club court would help the entire community, and I firmly urge the funding for the building of this indoor city tennis court. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nabil Falconer. I'm a graduate of West Anchorage High School. I played there for 4 years. I kind of want to discuss how, not to say anything bad about the Alaska Club or its prices, but kind of the love of the sport that people have for tennis. Like, I remember when I played in high school, it'd be raining, we'd be out there with these huge sponge mops, trying to mop down, trying to playing with foam balls, playing inside in the gym. And I remember being done, being like, well, I still want to play. I mean, I think it'd be great to have a public place. Like, people love tennis. Like, I remember playing with my little sister in the street on the side of the house. And I'm also an employee for the Muni and Parks and Rec. And I start at 6 in the morning, and I go by the downtown with the beautiful new tennis courts that we have. And I see people of all ages, little kids, senior citizens, teenagers, all playing outside for the love of the sport. And I think it'd be a great place to have a public place to play tennis, just for all those people who have a love for the sport like I do. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Matt Hemery, and I'm here to speak in favor of 14H. I have been involved with the tennis community in Anchorage for well over 30 years and have seen a lot in that time in our community. Most recently, I have been involved with the ATA in their USTA grant application process. That's not part of my testimony, but I may be able to answer some questions you may have on that. He said, I want to speak to the need and demand for these courts as it pertains to high school players. I coached at Diamond High School for 10 years. In that time, we routinely had over 100 players come out for our team. In fact, in many years, that was the most turnout for any sport except for football. Of those 100 players each year, only a handful could afford the club membership and have the opportunity to continue playing during the winter. I cannot tell you what a heartbreak it was as somebody who's passionate for the game to see kids come out for tennis, develop a love for the sport, blossom as players, and then have to drop the sport, sometimes never to come back. In fact, I, along with several other coaches during that time, approached the Alaska Club on a number of occasions with some ideas for some programs to encourage affordable opportunities for those players during the winter, only to be rebuffed each time. These kids deserve the same opportunities and community commitment as the other wintertime sports. I want to also emphasize a point that was already mentioned, that this will be the first facility and only facility in Alaska that's appropriately designed and configured for intercollegiate tennis. I want to thank you for your consideration of this measure and urge you to support it.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Henry, from your last comment, do you mean that the existing indoor courts that are privately owned are not appropriately designed for intercollegiate tennis?
That's correct.
Okay, and does that apply to high school tennis in any way, shape, or form?
No. Several of the key factors for the intercollegiate design are 6 courts, and they have specifications for the number and design of lighting, and there are some other elements as well.
Okay. If, for example, we reconfigured put some new lighting in and made a few changes, could we upgrade existing courts to an intercollegiate standard, do you think?
I suppose the answer is yes. Of course, it depends on what that design is.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Reed Whitmore, Bonnie Hemry, Lynette Moreno Hines, Phil Isley. Second call for Andrew Nesland and Nabil Falconer.
Hello, my name is Reed Whitmore, and thank you for hearing us today. I was born in Anchorage and played most of the sports available throughout my life, and most of the tennis I played was probably 6 months a year for 8 hours a day when I was a kid, because I fell in love with tennis. And I guess although I didn't miss a tournament from when I was 8 to 20 in tennis, I have played in few since, because I hear a lot about the competitiveness of it and where it can take you, but what I also want to really talk about is just the fun of the game, and the fact that the infrastructure of Anchorage really is an amazing place to be. We've got ski trails, we've got hockey rinks, we've got parks, we've got we have all kinds of clubs, even curling rinks. And tennis is a game that you can play with your neighbor. You can start when you're 60, you can start when you're 4. And the one thing that hasn't been spoken about today, I happen to have the luxury of living across the street from the Llaneri tennis courts, which some private funding and the municipality came together to make very nice. And I don't play on them that much. I'm currently in a lull in tennis because of other things in my life, but I still love the game, and I love to play when I get there. But what I saw people playing on the courts today. With the leaves and the rain, they were out playing on the courts. Those courts are used by people from all over the city. And I think that's kind of the key part. It's certainly on the west side, but you see that park used by all kinds of church groups, certain different ethnic groups, and there's programs for kids during the day, but at night there's like a lineup in a community, and I think a facility would help that community. I think there is an amazing tennis community, but if you were moving from somewhere here, you wouldn't join this community without the Alaska Club and tournaments. And I think that you guys picking the right thing would be making the infrastructure for Anchorage just a better place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Phil Isley, and I'm not paid to be here tonight, and I don't play tennis. Basically, I go to the Smart and Turnagain community councils, and that's where I first learned about this thing, and I was quite shocked. First of all, with the speed that it went through Juneau and the amount of money that it is, and the fact that it directly competes with private enterprise. I just don't think that's what our government should be doing. That bothers me a lot because I kind of think it's anti-American. And I would really like you guys to reconsider that. But listening to some of the things that they say here on it, with all these high-powered people that manage to go down to Juneau and get $10 million, but they can't go to the Alaska Club and negotiate a contract to get that existing facility for a reasonable price. I don't understand that. I believe if they put the same amount of effort into negotiating with the private sector, that they wouldn't have needed to go to Juneau to try and get another one. It seems kind of foolish to have a building that's getting 24.1% utilization and build a brand new one for $10,000 expecting 30% on that. So you have two buildings with roughly 50% usage? I don't understand. The other thing I don't understand is alternatives. I played tennis once, and if I remember right, it was on a multi-service floor of one of the schools, and the court was taped out. And I think if you used your initiative that you could probably use some of these basketball courts for tennis courts. And I think that if Nome can do a golf classic on the ice, I think we could be more creative about how we make our tennis courts. Some people say the Alaska Club is too much money at $120 a month. But the average person with a $100,000 house is paying $120 a month in property taxes. And this will make your property taxes go up. At some point, we're going to be responsible for the heating and the other utilities on it. Why don't we use what we have before we build something else? You say if you send it back, the money will be wasted and we won't get it. We know that we're overspending in Juneau right now. If we send that money back, maybe that will go to our teachers. Maybe that will help educate our children. Maybe that will help our police officers or our firemen. It will be spent somewhere. I trust Juneau to do that. But the thing is, if you set precedents this, then what? An indoor baseball court, indoor football court.
Thank you.
Second call, Bonnie Hemry, Lynette Moreno-Hines. First call, Shelley Schneider, Neva Reese, Robbie Soares, Barbara Easterbrook.
Hi, I'm Neva Reese. I actually didn't come to deal with this issue tonight, but it's kind of interesting, so I thought I might contribute a thought or two. So I'm wondering, like some of you may have voiced, it seems like it's possible that there might be a way to upgrade some of the existing facilities. At the school where I work, a lot of people rent the facility for basketball practice in the gym afterwards. So if we have existing tennis facilities, I'm wondering if that money might be used for that. And my concern is if there's one location for this, how many underprivileged children, which we've been hearing about a lot tonight, would actually be served. A lot of people don't have automobile access. So if it's going to be somewhere in the city, is it on a bus line where people can get to it? Are bus fees going up and making it more difficult for people to participate in such things? So that would be my concerns, that if we're going to have it, that it really does is accessible to lots of people, and including the people who really might have difficulty even accessing it if it's in one spot in town. Like, it would be nice if there were tennis courts available in several different neighborhoods where kids could sign up and play. So I'm wondering if that money could be directed that way instead of for one facility. And my only other thought about it is that my sense of it is a little bit like if you have a family and one parent comes home and says, well, we're all going to go out for ice cream, and the other parent says, well, we haven't had dinner yet. You know, it's a popular, exciting thing that tennis is healthier than ice cream. But there's kind of this big excitement about this new idea, but that maybe some other things haven't been dealt with that need to be addressed before we look at that. So, and if we had accessibility at several locations, it would give us a chance to see if that support was there and if it was really supported and there were enough people to support a full-blown facility. So I would hope that we might be able to think outside the box and look at some of those options. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Shelley Schneider, and I grew up playing tennis in the Midwest. I was fortunate to grow up with a tennis court at my home, and I was able to play a good part of the year. I moved to Alaska, and I've been here for 33 years. I lived in the bush for 3 years and then moved into Anchorage. I live downtown, just off the Park Strip, and I was fortunate enough, the minute I moved into town, it was during the summer, and I was on that tennis court after work during the summer every single day. I played for 4 hours. Sometimes I went home with my toes bleeding, but I was passionate about playing, and I had access to public courts outdoors. We don't have public courts in Anchorage. For many, many years, I was unable to afford to pay for a private membership at the Alaska Club and include tennis. But after meeting people on the court during the summer, I was invited eventually to play with a group of men, 20 men that played at the North Club, and I was invited as a guest to play with them every Sunday morning. I was fortunate enough to find myself one morning to have a partner that was introduced to me. I was playing with former Senator Ted Stevens. I was even playing tennis doubles with this group of men a week before my daughter Adrian was born. Perhaps that's why she's such a good tennis player today. Many people in this community that love tennis can't afford to play indoors. Anchorage is the only city of its size in the Pacific Northwest that doesn't have public tennis courts. Tennis is a family sport. Frequently, you can go out to the public courts in the, that are available at the high schools or in the neighborhoods, and you'll see families out there together, not just kids, not just adults, but families playing together as families. All they need is a racket, a couple balls, tennis shoes, and a court to play on. Tennis is a lifetime sport. It's not expensive to play if you have a court to play on. My two children have been playing tennis. I started teaching them when my daughter was 6 years old and my son was 4, out on public courts in the neighborhood. But we only had a few months of good weather to do that because we couldn't play year-round. They started playing. I was fortunate enough to be able to get a tennis membership, and they started playing at around age 12 and 9. And they're varsity players today. They go to Stellar and they play for Diamond. And they played at Regions. They played at West. They've been playing #1 singles since they were freshmen. My daughter also teaches quick start tennis, which she's been doing the last year and a half since she was 16. She's been teaching.
Thank you.
That went by quickly. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall and Assembly members and the audience. My name is Lynette Marino-Hins, and I've been a resident here in Anchorage since 1969. So as a kid, I came here. I seen the tennis courts being built downtown and at some different areas around Anchorage. I've been a cab driver for 34 years, and what I wanted to say is that 14H, I don't support the amount that's being spent. I know in the paperwork it says that a lot of it is going to be used for like the Freon and all that stuff and the replacements of this and that. But what my concern is that if you can purchase a building that can house the tennis courts that the public wants and not have to spend so much money on this, I see it as a win-win situation. And I'm not being paid, or I don't represent anybody, but just knowing about this issue through the newspaper, I came down to testify, which is my American right and everybody else's. So that's why I'm here, is just because I think, that if a tennis court was built, that if the mayor and everybody takes into consideration, the cost, because we had libraries taken away from us. We had bus routes reduced. We had different issues like that. And the flowers, I love to see the flowers. I take a lot of tourists, throughout Anchorage that love the flowers. Well, I'm glad that I've seen some of that come back. But that's just my view. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly. My name is Robbie Soares. I'm here to just touch base here on this. Mr. Hall, you said earlier this year, it's better to take your time and get it right than to rush through the process, correct? This has been a rushed deal. I've seen the numbers for this thing fluctuate so fast. I watched it go from $7.5 million to $10.5 million, and the Department of Public Works is now saying $12 million. Where's the limit? Where's the ceiling? I think it was a bad process that got the money appropriated in the way it has. I think we need to reassess that. I'm all in favor of tennis and indoor facilities because I've coached youth sports. I have children, and they have many varied interests: soccer, hockey, maybe one day tennis. The siting for this proposed project is very poor. There's already, the area is used for parking for the Dempsey Henderson Arena. And when you go in there, it's one road in and out. There is a separate access road that's gated by the school district, I believe. So you can't go out through Romig. So it leaves you exiting out onto a one-way street headed west, away from where most people are going to go from that facility. The other thing I have is maintenance costs. Where is the budget for the maintenance costs as we proceed in 5 years, 10 years? Where is that really going to truly be funded? And I understand user fees do pay a portion. The other question I would ask is who would manage the facility? I've watched the management of our hockey facilities like Dempsey, Anderson, Bimboki. I've been in these facilities coaching and as a recreational player myself. If you ever go in the shower rooms there, they'll turn your stomach because the people that are supposed to take care of it aren't doing the job that you and I would expect and what we would believe they're paid for. So I would give all these things due consideration, and I would say that we need to proceed with caution with this and take our time and get it right. But I do believe we do need inside facilities for tennis for our young people to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Easterbrook, Pat Redmond, Swan Ching, and Jerry Kaplan.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Barbara Easterbrook, though most of you know me as Barbara Grunstein for many years. But I'm here tonight. I'm a member of the Friends of the Library Board. And this building in which you sit, within which I sat for many, many years, is in need of renovation and updating. This was on the budget proposal that went to the legislature from the city of Anchorage. The tennis facility wasn't. There are kids who don't have much money who can get here by bus. There are older people who use this. There are people who are out of work who use this facility to apply for jobs. The scope of what a library provides to a community has changed so much in the past 10 years. I mean, we all know how we use technology. And there are people who can't really afford their own computers, they can't afford their own iPhones. And this is their facility. This needs to be updated. The previous speaker talked about who's going to sustain the budget, the operating budget for this tennis facility. Who's going to sustain the operating budget for this facility, for the PAC? You know, we have real issues. Most of us were here when Project 80s went in, and they were great. They brought great joy to this community, and they, for many, many years, have served us very well. I've lived in West Anchorage since 1979. I've almost been hit a number of times by people who are racing out of Dempsey Anderson to cut across 3 lanes of traffic to get to Benson Road to get to other parts of Anchorage. I don't think we have a plan yet for the West High Romig campus. I think this is really unthought out at this point. My husband, my new husband, who I adore dearly, and I grew up in a suburb, very modest suburb north of Buffalo, New York. Wolf Blitzer was also in our class. There were 2 high schools in this town. There are still to this day, they share a football field, and it's not lighted. The steel towns in Buffalo would laugh at us, but we had a great library. We had PhDs in our history department. And this is what I want for Anchorage. And it's not for kids who can afford to go to Pacific Northern or for, the kids who can afford, but we need basic educational facilities for our students. So I think the library is a much higher use than tennis courts. The people came out tonight, they swamped, and we've seen this before. There's a loyal community there, but when you look at the actual number of kids who are going to be served, and I have not looked at the floor plans, but what I've read in the paper is it has a huge seating area, so it's more of a watching facility. It's got a place for 300 people to sit and watch. It's not so much about the games. We don't have an indoor ski thing for the summer. We don't have a lot of indoor sports. I think we just need to look at what our priorities are. Thank you. Good to see you all again.
Thank you. Mr. Training.
Barbara,
Yes.
welcome back.
Thank you.
So good to see you in these chambers again.
Well, it's nice to be here as a visitor.
Take care, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pat Redmond. I support 14H, I think. But I want to be sure there's funding for repairs to Dempsey Anderson and the other ICE facilities. when they first came to us at Turnigan to ask about this, I had questions about parking. I went last night again and took pictures of the parking lot at Dempsey Anderson, which was full at 9 o'clock at night. One group was leaving, another group was coming. The parking lot was full. The parking lot lights were not working properly. Half of them were out. The entry area lights were not on in the facility. I know that there's maintenance scheduled for Dempsey Anderson and Ben Boeke, and this is good, but some of this maintenance needs to be done now, not 2 years from now or 3 years from now. It's actual safety things that need to be taken care of. So I want to be sure there's sufficient funds for the repairs that need to be done at the ice facilities. And I say ice facilities, I did not say hockey rinks, because these are used by all kinds of skaters, not just hockey players. And speaking of hockey players, I know hockey players that have been skating into their 80s, so it's a lifetime sport also, which is people don't think about, but it's a lot easier on your knees than football and basketball. Figure skaters, there's a lot of youth that use these facilities, but they're not economical for them to use. We keep raising the rates for the use of the facilities, but we're not getting the maintenance done that we're supposed to be getting from the rates. Someone mentioned the showers. I did check. We now have hot water at the restrooms at Dempsey Anderson. I wasn't able to go in and check the showers. I do know that there's a locker room that has a broken handle on the door. The broken handle was, and you can get locked in the locker room. You can't get out if it's not working, if you haven't got the right tool to get out of there. It was broken last season, early in the season. A coach got locked in there and couldn't get out. So, and the reason I know it's still broken is I happened to ask my 13-year-old grandson today, you had practice last night? He said, yeah. I said, do you know if the locker room still has a broken handle? He says, oh, yes, we had to use a rubber band to get out. Something about pulling it on a rubber band. I'm not sure how that works. But anyway, the tennis facility would be a great thing to have. And I think there is a need for it. I'm just not sure how we're doing it, and we need to look at that.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Swan Ching. By now, I hope that you guys are sold on tennis as a great sport, lifetime sport. What I want to address, though, is the reason why we got here, why we want to have another facility. I'm self-employed, and I used to hang out at the North Club, the one on Burgard, about 3 or 4 hours a day. And, for self-employed person, 6 days a week, that's a lot. But I like the facility. And then when Andy Ecker, the former president of the Alaska Club, was running the club, it used to be a well-maintained facility. Then when Mr. Brewster came in, it hasn't been that well-maintained. In fact, things were just falling apart. Locker doors have been 4 or 5 or 10 of them has been broken. It's been for about a year. Toilet broken. And sometimes the heating system in the tennis court's not working. And then when we heard that he is selling the facility, and he's been trying to sell it for about 4 or 5 years now with the condition that whoever buys it cannot use it as a tennis facility, which means that the indoor courts will only be left with the 4 indoor courts at each club. And that's very few for the number of people in Anchorage to play during the wintertime. And out of those 4 courts, you'll find that constantly there'll be 1 or 2 courts used for training, for so-called pro, teaching people to learn tennis. So there'll be only 2 courts generally that would be open for the members to play. And I think that's what drives I believe that's what get the momentum to try to find new courts, new facility to play in the wintertime. And I disagree with the open letter the Alaska Club put out saying that tennis is a declining sport. You heard from Ms. Stephanie Williams that USTA has indicated that the tennis has been growing at 45% or however many percent has been increasing. And tennis truly has been increasing in Anchorage. You'll find that summertime there'll be a lot of locals out playing, tourists out playing. And when wintertime comes, those tourists have no place to play except paying money at the Alaska Club. By the way, I have not heard of the $88 monthly fee or $66 monthly fee that Mr. Brewster quoted to you. I have not heard that. Tonight is the first time. I've been with the Alaska Club for about 10 years or more, and I have some friends, a singles friend who wanted to join the club, and they say they have to pay $130 or so. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Kaplan, and am I the last one?
No, sir, you're not.
Okay. Well, I just want to reiterate, I am in support of 14H. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I live in the Midtown area of Anchorage. I've lived here for over 32 years. I'm also on the board of directors of the Alaska Tennis Association. I am the chairman of the fundraising committee, and I have the inevitable job of trying to raise $1.5 million to help support the ongoing maintenance of the tennis facility. And there was a question, I think, from Mr. Starr earlier, so perhaps I can shed some light in that direction. The other population I'm supporting, and you've heard about the children that are being and the kids. I'm a senior citizen. I'm on Social Security, and I love tennis. I would not be able to play tennis in the winter had it not been for a long working career and putting some pennies aside, but there are other people that cannot do that. I would urge you to support the tennis facility, not only for the young children, but for all the population, seniors, middle school, adults, and kids. So I think you've heard all the good reasons to support this, and I urge you to support it because it is needed in this town. It's a shame that a city of this size does not have an indoor tennis facility, and as you've already heard, the only city in the Pacific Northwest that doesn't. We can do better than that, I think. So with that, I'll open any questions that you might have, but to answer more specifically, Mr. Starr, your question, we are trying to raise $1.5 million, which will be an endowment set up to cover the ongoing maintenance costs of the facility. I don't know if that helps you or not. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trombley?
What happens if you don't get the one?
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Okay, because you said you were trying to.
Yeah,
so
and we will. We will raise it because it's a facility that's needed, and there's a lot of community support behind it. I have no doubt we will raise it, but if I do run into a little jam, maybe I can help. You can help me too.
But again, but I'm still wondering. You said
we're
that you're
trying to
confident
raise
that
it.
you will,
I mean,
but if you don't, what happens if you don't?
It's possible, I imagine, but I don't give up, so that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Mr. Starr?
Have you seen the rest of the pro forma that goes into where the endowment's listed? Because it just came out on Friday, from what I understand.
I have not.
Yeah, what it surmises is that endowment will make a certain amount of interest, 5%, and kickback. That's some money, but that's not a lot comparative to the cost of the operation.
Well, with the user fees and the endowment, there should be enough money to maintain a tennis facility. It's not that expensive.
It's not. I'm not here to debate. The user fees came out at $34. That's why I asked you if you saw the $34 per court hour.
I have not seen it. No, I have not.
Thank you.
Eli Nesland and
Thank you.
Linda Kellen Beagle.
Hi, I'm Eli Neston. I want to thank you for letting me come up here and speak. So I've been playing tennis for about 7 years. I play at East High. And, I was thinking about this, and I was kind of, the reason, everyone's been saying how, tennis is such a great sport, and it is. But I was trying to figure out what, kind of stands out from tennis from other sports. And, when you start playing tennis, a lot of people quit, actually, in the very beginning because it's such a hard sport to actually pursue. And, that's the reason probably why it's not so popular, in our community. And then I realized there are two two different players. So there are the players that, start out and they just forget about it because they can't really master it in the first couple hours. And then there's the players that, they play, I don't know, maybe a week and they are obsessed about it. And, even in later years, you can hate tennis so much that you want to quit and never think about it again. And, you drop your racket and you walk away from it. And at the same time, you can never really, walk away from tennis. And, I mean, it's just not possible once you've started. I think that's the great thing about tennis. So I think making an indoor, public facility would be much easier for players to pursue playing tennis. So I didn't have a lot to say, but thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Linda Kellen-Beagle, and thank you for letting me come up here and speak. I came barreling down here today to testify after I heard one word over and over again coming from some of the testifiers, and the word was deprived. And so it kind of motivated me to come down and speak. I just went to my daughter's concert tonight, and it was over at Service High. And the choir was trying to sing, and the band was trying to play in a cafeteria. Because, you see, we haven't been allowed to have our auditorium. They went ahead years ago and said, okay, we'll put it off, and we won't have the auditorium in, deference to the budget and everything else, and so now we don't have one. And so then I watched the testimony, and I heard the word deprived. And I don't know if people are aware that there was a nonprofit that applied for state money for a community center in North Anchorage, and I believe it was about $1 million or something like that. And the state refused them and didn't give them the money, and instead gave the money to Mayor Sullivan for the tennis courts. And, in North Anchorage, some of the schools up there, they have a financially disadvantaged rate of about 50%, 74%. There's even at least one school in North Anchorage that has 100% of their kids qualify for reduced or free lunches, okay? And last I checked, South High, it's 12%. Service High, it's 25%. And the only people I've been hearing testify seem to be coming from South and West. And, I don't see any kids from Clark coming here and saying, well, because they don't have a tennis program there. They don't have a tennis program at most of the places in town. And there's no way, especially with the increase in the bus prices that it sounds like is going to happen as a result of the new budget, that people are going to be able to get there to even play tennis. And, the swimming pools that we have, a lot of the high schools have a swimming pool. Because of budget cuts, a lot of them now are closed to the public. The public can't even go swim at their neighborhood high school swimming pool. My daughter, cross-country skiing. The school district has to pay now fees to the municipality so those kids can go ahead and use the trails. What's going to happen when the schools want to use the tennis courts? How much of a fee is that going to be paid? And I like that Mr. Starr brought up what the fee was going to be. $34. Isn't that $34 an hour to use the tennis court, I believe? That's the fee. And people were talking about affordable. I don't particularly find that affordable if it's only two people who are playing tennis on a court. That's a lot of money. So, what I've discovered, what I've seen over the last I guess I'm done. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Hey, Linda, don't count on that bus increase question.
That concludes the list, but what I'm going to ask, is there anyone that...
It looks like Donna Lee and Bill Cotton, two recent additions.
I really didn't want to do this, that my daughter, who is at home doing her homework, insisted and texted me that I represent her because she couldn't be here. And she wanted to say this herself, but you know, there are a lot of things that have a price. And if you have children, teaching them character is a big deal. And I think that one of the biggest benefits I personally have seen from my daughter, who participates in tennis, she's in high school tennis at West High, is the kind of character that has resulted that makes me proud that she has participated in a sport that really benefits her in not just a physical way, but you know, she learns how to exercise patience and constraint in frustrating situations, and it has developed her in a way that probably very few other sports, maybe other than golf. You know, there are a lot of individual sports that require you to develop your inner strength. And I think that one of the things that she has benefited from as far as tennis is that. And you know, there's a lot of things that cost a lot of money, and as far as money is concerned, I think that that's not the issue as far as I'm concerned. I'm more focused on the long-term benefits that my daughter has reaped from this sport, and it would be nice for other children who are younger and cannot afford it to be able to have the same opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Bill Cotton. I'm a tennis player. I've also been a tennis coach at West High for the last 10 years. Every year, we've had between 60 and 80 students come out for the tennis team. We don't cut anyone. We have 4 outdoor courts. We can't even use those, of course, when it's raining. About 10 to 12 of those kids are Alaska Club members, and we have one of the highest percentages of Alaska Club members, along with South, than any other school. Chugiak has over 40 players, and I don't know if the coach there is here, but I know she feels strongly. I don't believe any of her players are Alaska Club members, and they can't play tennis for most of the year. Most of our kids can't. Please don't, I don't know about the procedure here, but I do know that this would be a wonderful project for Anchorage folks. I don't know what's going to happen to high school tennis if we're down to 4 courts at the Alaska Club and 4 indoor courts in Anchorage. We've already seen the courts in Fairbanks go to 3 to 2 and heading to 1, the indoor courts in Juneau from 5 to 3. This is a wonderful thing for Alaskans, and particularly those of us in Anchorage who play tennis or want to learn tennis. There's so many more people that can afford the Alaska Club. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body. Mr. Birch, and second. Okay, we have 14H before us. Mr. Trainee.
If I could speak to my motion, I would just like to say that I think we've heard overwhelming support and endorsement for the 14H. It's basically an opportunity to recognize the good work of the Tennis Association and the community, the grassroots support that we've seen supporting the funding for not only this project but the full program. I think as a body, I think we've worked long and hard with the legislature. We don't dictate what those projects are going to be. The legislature, who basically sponsors those individual projects, they bring those forward with the community support. I think we've seen strong community support, and I would urge an affirmative vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee? Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion and postpone this to October 22nd to be taken up with the resolution that was introduced this evening, and maybe to take up with the resolution I.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone until the 22nd. Mr. Birch, you want to speak on that motion?
Absolutely. I think it's ridiculous to postpone this. Let's just move it forward tonight, stand up and vote, and I think it's a good project. I think we've had ample opportunity to review this. We had an extensive work session last week. I think the concerns are overblown. I think the project's solid. I think that the planning and the resource development and the benefits to this community are well represented here tonight, and I would urge against postponement.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long evening with some really wonderful testimony from the citizens in our community, but I wholeheartedly support Ms. Johnson's motion that we postpone action on this until the meeting of the 22nd. And Mr. Birch, with all due respect, we haven't had ample time to review this. If we did, we wouldn't be here this evening. And with that said, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote to postpone action on this until the meeting of the 22nd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to support postponing until the 22nd. This has been such a moving target. Every time we deal with it, the cost is a little higher. I've heard anywhere now from $10.5 to $12 million. We need to get some hard numbers down. So I'm going to support postponing action on this to the 22nd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a lot of people here tonight who haven't been to the Assembly before, and this is probably a little arcane to you. So I just want to provide a little context of what we're trying to do tonight. One of the catalysts for this project, this funding request, was the discussion of closing the Alaska Club North, or selling it and not allow the new owner to use those courts for tennis anymore. In the last couple of days, we found out there's a possibility that we could buy that facility, and so we need to, but we haven't had time to vet that possibility. I think the decision to delay a couple of weeks will give us time to get good answers and make a better decision that hopefully will benefit the tennis community in the best possible way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'll support it, but there'll be more dialogue on the next item on the I. Everything comes up for a vote, so I think that's prudent. Again, once we appropriate, you can't appropriate $37 million 3 times, so we start talking about it. We bifurcated the question. That's an interesting word. We've split the question several times. It was roughly $107 million that Juneau gave us for some of our capital request projects, and we're very thankful that we get them. So we bifurcated the question, and government best works when it thinks things through. That's what I found here in my 6 years up on the body. So I'll urge that delay, but I'm not done talking about the topic for this evening. Thank you.
Here we have the motion to postpone until November the 22nd, please. October, I'm sorry, October. It's been a long evening. October 22nd, please vote. That motion carries 9-2.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Johnston.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone item I to the October 22nd.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion and a second. Speaking to that motion, Mr. Trainee.
We need to have this one in front of us when we deal with both of them. So let's postpone this one until we deal with H. We can deal with I at the same time.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
Now government's getting messy. All my interest was is to kind of clear it up so we could have a civil conversation. Tonight the mayor put another one in the system. That's a $37 million with a bunch of question marks and blank lines that says we may appropriate some, it was a blank line, to ATA, direct appropriation to ATA. Folks, it isn't that I dislike tennis. I played it in high school until I dislocated my shoulders. I switched sports. It's about process and transparency. So I'm speaking against this, and Mr. Chairman, I will ramble, but I'll keep my comments short. I'll go through it all, and reasons why we need to start to appropriate some of this $26.5 million, which is unquestioned. And that is the question in front of us. It's I. Can you please switch the screen? Are we on I?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. So when we're talking about the $26.5 million, Those are the mayor's numbers. That's what he came up with. He said $26.5 million for some very valid things that are in this book. You can't read it from there, but this is the legislative program that this body approved. Page 1, it's pretty easy. We read it. Ben Boeke Ice Arena, Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena, Sullivan area upgrades. It speaks to our needs of those facilities clearly. $10 million price tag on each one of those is what we represented to Juneau. In this book, approved by this body unanimously, is nothing to do with tennis court facilities, nothing to do with a community center. The mayor's been on this body for 9 years. He sat where I sat. I sat next to him. If he was so passionate about that project, why didn't he put it in the book and have the conversation back in the day? That's my first point. We needed to have that process. It's the legislative process. I would bet you 400 books go down to Juneau speaking to our needs. They're very clear. They turn, yeah, we can't control what they do. Mr. Birch, you're exactly right, but we can send them the message. That's what I do. And this fiscal policy that I'm so famous for diligently going in, the fiscal scrutiny, it works both ways. I scrutinize all of it. Is there a question, Mr. Mayor?
No, just listening intently, sir.
Thank you. I heard you. I didn't know what you were saying.
I just was questioning. I thought the motion was to postpone. It sounds like we're debating.
I'm speaking to it. The chair hasn't interrupted me, and I think he's the chair. Legislative process is around this book. It goes with that. It's not in the book. Mayor, you're on the 8th floor. You're in the wheelhouse, but I am not the crew. I don't have to follow in tow what you feel is appropriate down in Juneau. And it offends me when you bypass the process because there are unmet needs down there. The inference that the tennis court program was in a capital project some time back. I'm chairman of Budget and Finance. You think I would have seen it? That's a sarcastic statement to make to our mayor, but don't surmise that I had seen it because it wasn't in there. It was for tennis court replacement. This is a far different story than $10.5 million of that. I'm as passionate about my financial responsibilities to the city as you folks are about tennis. And I'll tell you, it affects a lot of people. HB 18, right here, read it to cover. If the Juneau legislators wanted to do it, they would have done it. They would have treated it like some of the other facilities that got direct grant appropriations. The YMCA, $2.5 million. Direct appropriation to snow grooming for our Nordic programs, all in Anchorage. It's full in here of that legislative intent. I can't tell you what they wanted to do, but they had the chance to earmark dollars, and they didn't choose to do it. The ice rink facilities, the public use facilities that we already have. This is the challenge that we need to do. This is the $26.5 million. They are broken. Our facilities are not maintained. They're embarrassing to teams that come in from out of state. Name a system. What's the challenging part for me is we need to have the conversation. $4.3 million suggested by the mayor that we spend on Sullivan Arena. Their report says maybe $7 million. We're going to put $2.5 million worth of seats and we're going to shortchange everything else in the Sullivan. I don't want that to be my legacy. And I'm embarrassed to go ahead and have that conversation. Let's move the $26.5 million. Let's move it tonight and start getting those funds in the queue for those public process maintenance facilities. What I thought I could do is bifurcate the question, put it off a month from now, reach out with you folks at more detail after I've heard the public comments. I try to call you back. I try to email you back. But let's hear about the program. Their own PM&E director says now it's going to be $12 million. That's an email he wrote to me. That's a far different cry than the 6 that we started at, the 10.5 that we've got, and a pro forma that doesn't work but asks you folks for $1.5 million to help supplement it. That is not good business on my watch. Overrule it, push it off, do whatever. The conversation still needs to be had. Next week, the 22nd, budgets. They're 8 inches thick of budgets, folks. You really want to do all of this again on the 22nd when we need to be prioritizing our spending on our capital plans? And I hope it's in there. I hope tennis is embraced. I hope all of our sports are embraced. I haven't read the capital plan, but I will. Chairman, you gave it to me. I appreciate the time. I'm against it. I'm for passing 26, the H, the $26.5 million. The question on the 10.5 is not sending back to Juneau. My presentation says let's address those needs and decide what we have left over. That's where that needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
I have 2 requests from the administration or anybody else, and I guess Mr. Starr has the book. Could you tell me if each of these facilities that are listed in this appropriation are in our legislative program? I'm wondering if, I know the Sullivan, the Ben Boke, and the Dempsey. I'm not sure if the Harry McDonald Arena is in our legislative program.
It was a direct request from our Parks and Rec Board out in Chugiak, Eagle River.
But so it was in our CIP and it was in our legislative program.
And it was prioritized by the Parks and Rec Board out there.
Yeah. You asked the administration, the answer is no, it was not in our legislative package.
I think she asked me because I have the book.
Oh, I thought she asked the administration.
I was asking anybody that could.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
But anyways, I have another question. Mr. Starr brought up a really good point as far as all the needs that need to be addressed as far as the Sullivan Arena. And if we approve this $26 million tonight, would we be able to address some of the additional needs that he brought up?
I believe we would. It would remain unappropriated, and at a future date, it certainly could be appropriated. And we have, the recommendations that came from the Stevens study, along with Mr. Rada, who's had, 30-plus years of experience with hockey rinks, is how we got to the numbers for each of the ice rinks, based on his assessment and the Stevens assessment.
But we all know, we have heard that there's other aspects of the Sullivan Arena that need to be addressed, like the locker room.
Yeah, we're willing to look at those on the allocation of monies.
Out of this $26.5 million, or would we be needing to increase some of the appropriation out of the full $37 million to address those needs?
Well, I think you'd have to go to the full $37 million if you were looking to add to the recommendations.
And my point is that if we do this tonight, then we have limited our options of appropriating whatever to Sullivan, to Dempsey, to either buying the North Club. I would rather see us look at this holistically, and I'm sorry that it's being put off for 2 weeks, but I've had a number of folks come up to me and from the hockey community having some other ideas, and I'd rather address this as a whole, and that's why I'm suggesting that we put all three of these off for 2 weeks.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
I'm supporting Mr. Starr on this particular matter. I'm supportive of all Parks and Recreation activity, and I've made that comment publicly known. I don't have a problem with a lot of our facilities that have to be subsidized, and maintenance is part of that. And I'm not real concerned about that. I think we just need to figure out how we come up with the funding and the funding sources. And that's not the issue. The issue is we do have some dedicated direct appropriations that were listed out and spelled out in the allocations, and that money's available under 14I. I'd not delay it, and we'll come back on the 22nd and talk about the remaining balance.
Mayor Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Johnson, I think the remaining $10 million would be available to be allocated in any number of ways, including the tennis facility and additional funding for the Sullivan, which does have some additional needs. But just to speak really quickly, the reason that it was originally in our capital budget and then removed was just like Mr. Starr said, the language wasn't good. And in working in partnership with the AT, we made the decision that they would have to do the heavy lifting in Juneau. They're the ones that would have to meet with the community councils and get community support. They're the ones that would have to be the leads in Juneau and get the allocation from Juneau. It's unfortunate that somehow they might be punished because of the way Juneau actually funded this, what pot of money they put it into. Why should they be punished? They didn't do anything wrong. In fact, they did everything right. They garnered community support, legislative support, and now they're seeking assembly support. That's the way the process is supposed to work. So, people keep referring to it as my facility. Yes, I play tennis. I support the project, but this is a community facility, and they did the hard work to get to this point. So it's disturbing to me when people try and assign some personal blame or make it a personal issue in general, because it's certainly not that. And again, that's why we took it out of our capital proposal. We told the nonprofit, you have to do like the other nonprofits do. YMCA got $6 million for a pool. They're a nonprofit that went to Juneau and said, we have a need. The American Legion Alliance has gone to Juneau for a number of years. That's why you have turf fields at every single school, Mulcahy Park replacement. Those weren't in our CIBs or CIPs either. But a nonprofit went down there and did the hard work, garnered community support, and got the funding. This is absolutely no different.
Mr. Starr.
And tonight, part of our agenda introduction is, in fact, to deal with $10 million and five, a $10.5 million appropriation. It's in the system already. I've already asked for a public hearing on the 5th, November 5th. This body approved that. So I'm not trying to skirt the $10.5 million. There's nothing inference with the $26.5 million approval tonight that it's going down to Juneau or being rejected or not up for discussion. What I thought we could do is research the topics, flesh out what our ice rink requirements are. What does the facility look like? Does the pro forma work? There's $10.5 million still in play. Fine. If that's what the body wants to do, $10.5 million is for discussion November 5th. That's how I have it played out. There's none of this send it back to Juneau. There's nothing disputing that fact. It's move what we have known. The question's not disputed. The $26.5 million are your numbers, Mr. Mayor. So $10.5 million is in play. It was introduced as 9F3, public hearings on the 5th. We'll talk about the remaining $10.5 million. I guarantee that. It won't be moved. What I don't need to do is have a $37.5 million, another one laid on the table tonight, a $37.5 million kick down the table. All we're doing is kicking that question down the table. We're going to debate the 26.5 versus 10.5 logic next meeting, a waste of time on budget evening, and we're not going to get any closer to doing it. Other than that, it's time to move some money down the road. We moved $70 million down there. 26.5 is fine, and a safe question. 10.5 when the emotions settle and we can do our diligence. That's what I'd like to have happen.
Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I wish this program had been on our CIP we sent down to Juneau, but it was not on it. I want to withdraw my second to postpone this item to the 22nd. Ms. Johnson made the first on it. I made the second. I'm withdrawing it.
Understood.
Let's deal with this tonight.
Ms. Johnston, your motion fails due to a lack of a second. So we've got this item back on the table. 14I. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I will second that.
You're seconding Mrs. Johnson's motion to postpone? Yeah, are you going to speak to it?
Let's vote on it.
Okay. Please vote on the motion to postpone the item 14I until October the 22nd. Please vote. That motion fails 7-4. 14I is before us.
Call the question. Move to approve.
Second on this one.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. We need the maker of the motion.
I move to approve. Mr. Starr called the question, but it's
okay. And we got the second. Mr. Starr is the seconder, and Mr. Birch, you're in the queue. You are not Mr. Steele.
I need some clarification on this. What we did with H was we postponed it. What we have done with I is we're going to take action on 26.5. That leaves us 10.5 to still deal with on the 5th. Thank you.
Okay. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move for immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
Second.
We've got a motion for immediate consideration urging a no vote. Please vote. That motion carries unanimously, and my clerk has asked for a 5-minute break. We'll,
Pardon? I'll make a motion to combine the testimony. Yeah, I will, all right.
okay. I call the meeting back to order. Mr. Trombley?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to combine public testimony on items 14K, 14L, 14L1, and 14L2.
Do I have a second? Okay, thank you. Any objection? Hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going until 11 o'clock, and then we will be continuing the meeting tomorrow evening at 6. So we'll go through our list. We'll start here. We have before us the the items that Mr. Trombley has mentioned. I'm going to do it through an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to save the expense of a special election by suspending the ordinance as provided by Chapter 3.02 and submitting the referendum on AO 37S2 to the voters at a regular municipal election scheduled for April 1st, 2014. That is 14K. We also are taking testimony on 14L, AO 112, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly suspending AO 2013-37S2 as amended, pending the outcome of a referendum to be held no later than the regular election of April 2015. And we have 14L1, AO number 112S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly suspending AO 2013-S2 as amended, pending the outcome of a referendum to be held no later than the regular election in April of 2015. And we've got 14L2, AO number 112S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly suspending AO 2013-37S2 as amended, pending the outcome of a referendum to be held no later than the regular election of April 2015. Have I got them all? This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to reiterate and confirm, so this will go till 11 o'clock, and then we will have a continuation?
We will continue the meeting at 6 o'clock.
Because we had some people here earlier that couldn't stay this late because they have to work early. Thank you.
Yes. And as I stated earlier in the meeting, we're going to go with the sign-up sheets, and the sign-up sheets will continue till we've concluded the testimony. Madam Clerk, will you read the first four names?
Jill Ann Inglis, Catherine Adams, Mike Couturier, Jason O.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Jill Ann Inglis. It's spelled Jillanninglis. I currently reside in Evergrade, Jackson, in Mr. Trainey's district. I also have a great deal of family and grew up out in Eagle River Chugach area. I am the Vice President of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, and I am speaking on behalf of the association tonight. The referendum is before the voters, and the only thing holding up the vote is this assembly. Based on 3.02C of the Charter, a referendum petition may be filed at any time. However, filing the referendum petition suspends the ordinance or resolution if and only if the petition is filed within 60 days after the effective date of the ordinance and resolution. The suspension terminates on a finding of insufficiency of the petition or upon certification of a majority vote against appeal. 302B is in relevant part states, a referendum shall be submitted to the voters at a regular or special election held no later than 75 days after certification of the petition. However, the Assembly may submit a referendum to the voters at a later regular or special election if the Assembly suspends the ordinance until the election. It's my understanding that currently the ordinance is suspended, AO 37 is suspended. The language that the election is to be held within 75 days or at the next or a later regular election clearly tells me that when the charter was written, the charter writers were seeking quick resolution to issues that were going before the voters as a referendum. I doubt that the authors thought that some of the members of the Assembly, although I might be naive, would consider putting off the vote for a year and a half or however long it may take. The Assembly was in a big hurry to vote AO 37 into law. We held many meetings before the April election in order to get it passed prior to the election. They managed to do this in about 6 weeks. The court upheld the petitioner's position, and the petitioners have followed all the laws as it relates to gathering enough signatures to put this issue on the ballot. I believe it's at least 22,000, little over 22,000 petitioners.
It goes really fast, Jillian.
Thanks.
We've got some questions for you. Mr. Horniman? Or were you?
I was on the earlier.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Traney?
Thank you. Joe, I've got a question for you. Would you support having a referendum when it costs the city nothing? Or would you like to have it in the state primary or state general? The cost is, according to our analyst, $345,000 in taxpayers' dollars. Which would you prefer?
I would prefer to have it at the next election, April 2014, where it doesn't cost any additional money. To put it on the state, with the state election at the same time, causes more problems, I think, for the clerk, and it will likely cause errors or potential errors which can create voters to be disenfranchised in the process. They'd have to register twice, 2 separate ballots. It wouldn't be able to be processed till after the state election. It just causes more problems than it's worth, and it should go on the April 2014 election where it doesn't cost the taxpayer any more money.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, not a question for Joanne, but just a comment. I'm looking forward to hear whatever it has to say this afternoon, this evening rather. But unfortunately, I have professional obligations that will prevent me from being here tomorrow. I just want to apologize to those of you who I don't hear tonight. I will try to catch up, but wanted to let you know.
We do film this, Mr. Flynn. That's all.
Thank you.
Ms. English. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Adams. I'm not a union member, but I feel that the people were very clear in collecting signatures and that the referendum should be voted on at the next regularly scheduled municipal election. I think that I noticed there was on 14L1 there was a note that there wouldn't be any harm done by putting it off even as far as April 2015, but especially in view of past assembly meetings where public testimony was limited, it seems to me that the public has spoken and needs to have an opportunity to vote when it's not going to cost us additional money. And if voter turnout is the basis for putting it off, then should we have all of our municipal elections at state election time in order to maximize voter turnout? I don't think so. So I support 14K. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ott. I teach citizenship to our students in this city, and I have fought to bring democracy to people in foreign countries. Democracy is something that holds a great deal of value in my life. One of the proudest moments I have concerning democracy was getting to vote absentee in Afghanistan. knowing that even from that great of a distance, my voice would still be heard. That reaffirmed to me why I was there. While I've been halfway around the world to bring democracy, the actions I see happening in my own city are highly disturbing. We have elected officials who hid a proposal from the public for over a year, unveiling it only after it was safe for their reelection. This doesn't feel like a democracy to me, and a large number of our citizens felt the same way. They came to their elected officials only to be turned away from public comment, which is not in the spirit of democracy. Again, over 20,000 of my fellow citizens agreed and signed a petition to have our voices heard in a vote. Sadly, that's still being prevented by trying to delay, trying to put off. Today, we have been here since 5 o'clock. ADN has already ran the story that this was not going to happen. Large numbers of people have left. This feels like a misdirection and a tactic to keep public voice out. This small body that is doing this, that sounds to me like the definition of an oligarchy, a group of people trying to control through undemocratic means. Please, give us the ability to vote on this, and the ability to vote on this soon. Continue a democratic stance in our city. Thank you.
Just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking for decorum, please. Mr. Honeman.
Just a comment, quick comment. You ran into an evening where there's a lot of items on the agenda for public hearing, and you saw a very overwhelming, passionate crowd that were emotional about their issue, much like your.
And it was very great to see.
It came out 4 or 5 different nights, so they were of course scheduled to be heard, and it just you got in behind on the agenda. So anyway, be patient, and we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Mike Couturier, and then A. Evans, Mike Davidson, Francis McLaughlin, and Jake Todd.
Good evening. Through the chair, good evening, Assembly members. My name is Mike Couturier. I cannot even start to rival what I just heard. That was an excellent presentation. Thanks for allowing me to address you this evening. I'm a 24-year resident of Eagle River. Ms. Dombrowski, I'm under you. Thank you very much for representing. I'm speaking this evening because I'm concerned about the lack of fair play by the mayor and some members of the Assembly, and because common processes are important to me, but have been ignored or skirted by the mayor and some Assembly members. From the questionable introduction of AO 37 through the tumultuous public testimony period process, the process has not been followed. The citizens on both sides of the ordinance are predictably confused and disappointed with the lack of proper process. We're ready to come to a resolution on this divisive ordinance and, frankly, overcome it. For any of us to move forward and appropriately interact, we are required to follow certain established processes, and I believe that is what you'll be voting on, the proper process. An example, as a child of an 11-member family, I knew that if I didn't do well in the educational process at school and attain A's and B's, that I would not be allowed to participate in after-school activities until the grade situation improved. After experiencing the downside of this process in the 4th grade, I always attained A's and B's, and I participated in after-school activities. Same went for chores and everything else. My 20-year career as an infantry soldier, my childhood worked well with because it's full of processes. As an infantry soldier, officer, commander, demanded following processes from beginning to end. There was a process to enlist, to get promoted, to change duty stations, to train and deploy. I followed those processes, and thankfully I'm here after completing those missions that I was sent to accomplish with 350 subordinates in a combat zone. It's all about the process, as it was said a couple of times tonight by the Assembly and by your advisory group. All of us followed not only the process, but the spirit of the process, and any other option would have resulted in chaos or worse. I think we might be experiencing some of that. My 18-year career at the Anchorage Police Department has been no different. The APD is heavy with policies and procedures that guide us through the process of conducting law enforcement activities for the citizens of the municipality. What is being proposed tonight in the latter proposals, to wait till 15, is a manipulation of the very process that provides the citizens a voice. No governing body should find themselves guilty of such manipulation. The spirit of the process should be followed, not just the letter of the ordinance or the charter. The citizens of Anchorage have told you through a petition that they want to vote on this ordinance. As servants to the citizens, you have a very basic responsibility, and it's very basic, to allow the citizens to vote at the first opportunity. The voters will decide to show up and vote for or stay at home.
Thank you.
Don't fail us.
Mr. Trainee?
Sir, quick question for you.
I'm sorry, I'm very focused.
I know. I was reading
It's about the
somewhere
process.
that
Yes, sir.
justice delayed is justice denied. And that's my fear with this, that we're denying justice to the 22,000 people that signed the petition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Evans, been here before. I'm here to speak on AO 108, a delay of the referendum to be held on AO 37. I'd like to preface my remarks with a disclaimer that I'm not union. I'm not here to defend them, speak for them. I speak for myself. They speak quite well for themselves. I'm here as a private citizen. Just so that nobody thinks I'm being backed by them, I'm doing this on my own. I've read the 108, and I agree with delaying it to the April 2014 elections. I realize now that a special election would be quite expensive. The figures seem solid, so I'll go with the idea of saving the city money by delaying action on the resolution, suspending AO 37 for now, especially since the mayor has conspicuously absent, has consistently reiterated since he took office that we are broke. We're broke. No money. Sky's falling. Go home. Okay, well, that would explain the condition of my street. Now, anyway, pardon. This being the case, that it will save money, let's go ahead and move this to April 2014. However, let's not delay it any further. I'm tired of certain members of this assembly playing the put-off game. Delay, 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 obfuscate, appeal, delay. There were over 7,000 signatures needed to get this on the ballot. We got over 21,000. The people have spoken. We want this issue brought before the public at large and voted on. Now, I've read the argument in the newspaper that the April election will suck on voter turnout. Well, you put this measure on the ballot, there's going to be a lot of interest. People are going to turn out of it. Has anybody here forgotten the standing room only for AO 37 where we overflowed out into the parking lot? I seem to recall certain members of this assembly voicing concern over getting more voters to the polls. Well, this will do it. In my opinion, you're going to have a lot more people show up. The figures on past election turnout are meaningless. Pardon me, I'll finish up. When you have a high controversy item on the agenda, people come for all over. Let's do this reasonable. Try to hold it to 2 years and hope people will forget about it? No, that's not reasonable. Anybody ever heard of due process? Let's work with it, guys.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name's Mike Davidson. I'm a 32-year resident and 19-year voter of the municipality of Anchorage. I've come tonight to speak against delaying the referendum process vote any longer beyond the April 2014 elections. I've come here before when I felt that you faced very difficult choices. I'm not here today with what I think is a difficult choice. This seems to be a quite simple one. 22,000 registered voters in the municipality of Anchorage petitioned the city for the simple right to vote. The initiative and referendum process is very strong, particularly in the western states of the United States. It's an outgrowth of the progressive era, and it was designed to prevent political gerrymandering at elected bodies. It's very strong as a principle in our state. It's contained in our Constitution. It's required by Alaska statutes and the Home Rule Charter as a portion of a home rule or municipalities such as ours. To disenfranchise 22,000 people and ask for the right to vote is shocking to me. What does it say? I read in the supporting documents for delaying this election that, perhaps some elections have more outturn than others. What does that say to the people about the other elections? I mean, we have dismal voter outturn for municipal elections, in my opinion, but how will this improve that? If anything, to me, it will make it worse. I mean, when we openly tell people some elections really aren't that important to us, I think it sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. What other items in the future will we decide are too important for simple municipal elections versus statewide or national race elections? Are we going to stop putting bond propositions on our municipal elections because they involve spending millions and millions, or in some cases hundreds of millions of dollars, because we simply think not enough people come? Voters have the right to come to every single election. I have the right to come to every single election, but to disenfranchise me and deny me the right to vote on something that 22,000 Anchorage voters have asked is shocking to me. It seems quite simple. It's more cost effective to do it. There will be a ruling from the court prior to then to do it. And we allow the voters the simple right to vote that they've asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
How's it going?
Good.
Right on. My name is Jake Todd, and along with my colleague Jason, I teach civics mostly to, well, about half and half to at-risk youth at service. We split a graduation retention program up there. So, it's taught me a lot working with this demographic, but one of the best things that I can see is how street smart these kids are. They might not be able to read on grade level, and they might be couch surfing, doing the long shot to graduating high school, but their BS detector is on point. So when we work through an ADN article, and I explain to them a little bit about public process and everything, it's pretty phenomenal when they can just kind of smell what's going on, They're like, yo, that ain't right. And it doesn't really matter if they don't have a dog in the fight or skin in the game, but they're kids are naturally empathetic. They have a really good idea about seeing a problem from a different perspective and a different point of view. And my job as a civics teacher, U.S. government teacher, is not to give them my opinion or kind of foster any particular point of view. So I've gotten really good at arguing both sides of various problems and accents too. Tell you what, man, freedom. But there's a lot of really good aspects to having kids guess what your perspective is. So when we're talking about this, it's confusing because local politics are supposedly nonpartisan. So there's a lot more digging that has to go on for kids, a lot more philosophical discussions. And there's all sorts of surveys and tests that we take online, like the politicalcompass.com, in case you guys are ever bored. But it really points where your political philosophy is located at. And they're trying to reconcile these kind of views that they have with what they read and believe from a newspaper. And it's really an amazing thing. I invite you all to come out to our classrooms and check it out sometime. But when a kid who has had so many knocks on life happen before they're 18 can see through some of this stuff that's been going on, and they're like, that's not right, I think that kind of a BS detector should really send a message. No matter what you agree with, what you don't agree with, the reputation of the city council over the last year has kind of taken a nosedive. You guys might not have such opposition to something like a tennis court if there weren't so many examples of skullduggery and backstabbery or whatever you want to call it. And so I don't really care what you think personally, but this is about the process, and it's about helping me do my job so that I can get kids to like democracy.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Sir?
Sorry.
Can you say again which classroom, where school you're in?
I'm at Service High School.
Service.
Upper G, 104. And then with Mr. Ott, we do a graduation retention program. So if kids are they have lost many, many credits, we help them find them, hopefully on time for graduation.
Perfect. Well, I'm curious. I don't know if you've had any surveys on this particular topic from your students, but I'd like to see one that's perhaps, I don't want to put you in the middle of being either biased one way or the other, but if there's some survey that the students had, or if there's been encouraged to participate. I know a lot of students come to the, to monitor. Wouldn't hurt to continue to promote having some of these young students come out here. I know maybe they're not the most interested, but if they come out here and kind of listen into this, and maybe we could hear from their BS factor what they think.
For sure. Well, I specifically didn't ask them to come tonight because I was going to be testifying. So
send them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Francis McLaughlin, Dale Miller, Stephen Ellis, Mike Kenny, Gerard Aslan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Francis McLaughlin. I live in East Anchorage, and I'm a municipal employee. I would like to ask that the Assembly vote to hold the referendum at the next regular municipal election. I think it's unreasonable to do anything else. Frankly, I think it's crazy. We don't want to have a special election or have the referendum on the state ballot because of the voting problems that would cause, the logistics, and also the cost. I walked door to door asking for people to sign the petition, and those people who signed the petition didn't want to put the referendum off for a year and a half. Delaying the referendum, I think, is politics at its worst. The Assembly rushed to approve AO 37, even cutting off testimony, and now some members of this Assembly are seeking to delay the vote until 2015. I ask that you don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up front, gentlemen.
Can't see my phone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't see you with my glasses on.
It's important you see what you're reading.
Yeah. My name is Dale Miller. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of 14K, having this on the ballot in April of 2014. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Birch, my representative, for returning the call to me on this issue. A little disappointed that my other representative from South Anchorage did not return my call, but I do want to make sure the folks know that Mr. Birch did do that. My position on this is to, as like a few of the other folks have testified, that I signed the petition to place this on the ballot, put it before the voters of Anchorage. I think that most of those 22,000 people that did felt like that it was going to happen sooner rather than later. Having the understanding of the cost of a special election, I do think that that would probably be prohibitive, and I don't think that that's necessary. But going beyond April is also something I think unnecessary. I haven't heard any good ideas for a reason to put it off. I think that the courts have made it clear that in cases where there's elections, that they have the ability to turn things around very quickly. So if that's a concern with folks, I think that that could be overcome with the courts. The idea that putting this on election when that there's going to possibly be a greater turnout also I think doesn't carry water, and I think that that's a bad precedent to set. If we're going to start playing politics with every issue that comes up and deciding whether we think that it'd be better suited to put it on an election later on because we think we can get the voters that we want to turn out to that, I just think that's a bad precedent to set. Also, I find it interesting that this ordinance or the idea to postpone it is not about postponing all referendums to a time when we have high voter turnout, but it seems like specific to this referendum. And it concerns me that this ordinance has had that kind of a backdrop to it all the way through the whole process, that this is something special that we should forego the way that we normally do business because of this ordinance. And that concerns me a lot also, that we're doing something different here to achieve some goals other than what we would do for all other circumstances like that. So once again, I'm in favor of 14K, holding it as soon as we can at the next regularly scheduled election, and very opposed to moving it beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mike Kenny, K-E-N-N-Y. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of holding this election in April of 2014. Realpolitik. We had an assembly person elected to a higher office leaving an opening. An assembly person was put into that opening who is known to have certain ideas about organized labor, about unions. This person was the key vote. The speed was to get this person able to vote, able to get that across before the elections, because no one's ever sure if someone's going to be around after the election, especially something so dynamic. This person did. The vote was made. One vote, a very, very key vote. So we sped up. You sped up to get this done. Once it was over, that person, of course, was never elected. They lost tremendously. But now we want to see an election with thousands and tens of thousands of voters that underdo what you did with one vote. It just doesn't make sense, especially when you figure what you did was affect people's thousands, hundreds and thousands of families in this city with economic distress, with anxiety. You've got them hanging on the edge. You've got them nervous where they shouldn't be. They're good people. They're good, hardworking Alaskan public employees. And you want to have this anxiety go on for another year? It's ridiculous. The process was subterfuge. The process was in dark rooms. There was no transparency. You got an ordinance that you saw the response from. I've never seen as many family members come in and testify before this body as I have for this one. It affected people, and it affected them negatively, and it continues to do so until there's some finality to it. And 2014 is the time to do it. Now, if there's people that don't want to face a very angry electorate because of their vote in 2013, man up, stand tall. You did that vote because you wanted it. If people are coming out and they got the pitchforks out, take it. It's your vote. It's what you did. Be responsible. Be responsible for what you did. Do not put these families into an extra year of anxiety and worry about the future. That is cruel. That is not representing people at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Through the chair, please, just give me a moment here. My name is Gerard Aslan, and I am obviously a citizen of this community. I also happen to be a father of 3 wonderful children, married to my wife 16 years. I've had the pleasure of living in South Anchorage now for almost 10 years, and I do enjoy where I live and what I do now as I'm a sergeant with the Anchorage Police Department. I'm very fortunate to represent also quite a number of employees that work at the Anchorage Police Department. I'm a treasurer at the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. I would ask this body not to hold that against me. I would actually ask them to embrace me for that, because I'm merely there to add a little buffer for our employees, and so I'd ask you just that indulgence. A couple things come to mind while looking at this. Firstly, I am in support of 14K. That's the 2013-108 that we see up there. It's very clear to me April 2014 is really the only option that makes sense. I tried to decide how am I going to frame this so that this group kind of understands it. And what I heard in the AO 37 discussions was a lot of people coming up here laying their heart out, and unfortunately for the majority of this body, that message wasn't received. So I thought maybe I'd frame it in a way that this body appears accustomed to reading things or seeing things. So I'm just going to read off my notes here if I may. What I'm reading to you is a request of more than 22,000 Anchorage voters suspending AO 2013-37 S2 as amended, pending the outcome of a referendum to be held during the regular election in April of 2014. Whereas the Anchorage Charter offers the municipality April 2014 as a clear option to hold an election at a time and cost in which it is in the best interest of the municipality and its citizens. Whereas an assembly candidate can file an intent of candidacy as late as February preceding the April election, it is clear that the municipal clerk's office would be capable of ensuring a well-run, fair, and accurate election with less than 4 months' notice of an item being on the ballot. Whereas the question to repeal AO, I'm going to shorten it, AO 37, since I think you know what we're talking about here, as amended, will be on all municipal ballots and available to all registered municipal voters. The current litigation of the state of Alaska redistricting will have no effect on this issue. Whereas placing the issue on a regular April 2014 ballot will not interfere with any of the regularly scheduled state of Alaska elections, therefore provide the greatest availability of voting equipment and election workers. Whereas both parties have agreed on a timeline on the appeal regarding the legal sufficiency of the referendum petition, which will allow for adequate time for the issue to be on the April 2014 ballot. Whereas, according to the charter, the Assembly shall submit a referendum to the voters within 75 days of a special election. Just one last sentence from the chair himself. In government, we should do it the same way every time, and I don't see why we need to recreate the wheel for this situation. Put it on April 2014. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Sergeant Aslan, thank you for your service. So you're advocating for April 2014, not the special election that's set by charter 75 days after?
That's correct, because we see that as certainly a waste of taxpayer money with a regularly scheduled election being so near in the future, one in which, then it will give the court issue a time to resolve. It would make no sense to have any sort of a special election when April 14 is readily available that will then have no cost to the taxpayers, no additional encumbrances on the municipal clerk's office, which she has outlined as a significant problem for her if we do special elections or we put it on state ballots. Simple.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue this meeting tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, I had notified the clerk earlier this week that I also have an obligation tomorrow evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.